Man. Okay, we should now actually be live this time. Sorry about that. Do 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 do. Alright, there we go. Stream Elements is up. Just gonna put the audio down on my headset. There we go. Do 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 do. Just waiting for a little bit while everything catches up because I unfortunately messed up the streaming side of things. I clicked start stream when I was supposed to just select the stream. And then it just took me straight into, well, because obviously I clicked start stream instead of select stream, so it went straight to starting the stream. So of course when I clicked end stream, it got rid of the original stream that I had set up. So I had to make a new one, which means I'm just waiting for people to come back in and find this one. Hello Tudo, how are you doing? Also need to wait for... Oh, I need to go online on Discord in order for it to come online. There we go. That should be almost instant. Yeah, so a little bit of scuff starting off. I did not intend to do that. So I am kind of starting earlier than I was supposed to. Right, there it is. Do, 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 do. Yeah, so there's a little bit of a delay, that's kind of why. But anyway, yeah, so today, not so much playing, so I'm not starting any of the events yet, any of like the Walk in Dust and any of that yet. I will be doing that on Saturday. This will be just reading through the secret endings because I didn't get around to reading them last stream because it took nearly the entire stream just to finish the one boss battle. So it's going to take me a little while. So I figured I might as well read them now. I imagine it's probably somewhat lengthy. Hello, Jiz. How are you doing? Jiz T YOLO. Do, 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 do. Just finished M15. Ooh. Did you start early? Yeah, so a bit of context for those of you coming in and probably a little bit confused. So a bit of context. On OBS, you have two options: manage broadcast and start broadcast. Managing broadcast basically just means you're selecting this stream to start. So when you press start stream, it will link to that one. So that's basically how I do it. That's how YouTube knows which stream is being streamed. However, when you select broadcast and manage, there's also a button that says select and start broadcast, which I accidentally clicked. So I accidentally started stream early, so I instantly went into panic mode, ended the stream, which then turns the original preview that everyone was waiting on into an 8-second long video, which I've since privated and I will delete later. So it's a bit like an oops. I've now had to rush to make a new stream, and I've started early just because, well, I'm having to do all this, I might as well start now. So that's been the debacle of today, and why I'm a little bit slow to start. Okay, there we go. Discord is now up and live. So yeah, a little bit of scuffle, which I didn't even know was a thing. So I'm just going to give it a little bit just till we begin. But for the most part, it'll be fine. I think most people will know anyway, because most people come from my Discord anyway. So now that now that Discord is up, I think people will come in. So I might as well get into it. So yeah, so we're starting with the secret endings. Depending on how long or short they are, I might then start either IS2 or IS3. I'm not sure which one I want to do yet. We'll see how that goes. Anyway, see how things are going. I think people are starting to pour in now, so might as well start up. So this is EG1, which was after... Okay. Oh, God. Yeah, that was an annoying one to do. I don't think the secret endings are that long. Oh, okay, then, yeah, so in which case we'll probably go into IS2 or 3. I'll make sure to change the title by the time that happens. But yeah, so... Burnt Fragment, A Matter of Honesty. Oh yeah, this one. Oh yeah, this one. Right, so this was after they took the city. We had them ping their location to the army, and we fought that army off, I guess, for them in the end, if I remember correctly. But made it so that Patriot believed that they did it out of spite or something. I can't... Basically, we tricked Patriot into having him help them or something along those lines. At least that's what one of the people in the comments said was the likely answer. Hello, Ringo. I'm doing okay. I had a bit of a panic because I missed one of the buttons and started to stream early, so I had to panic mode, get everything ready. How are you doing? Tallulah. You rarely make that face, friend. What's wrong? We've decided. We're going to stay here. Putting it another way, there are some of us willing to stay here, and some are thinking about getting out of Ursa's territory. But either way, none of us will be carrying on heading south with you. We're sorry. Alright, I see. You're not even going to ask for a reason? You're the one who taught us, took us all this way up till today. And does that mean you have to obey me? Keep your life tied to your blade, fight Ursus with your last breath? Because it's never been like that. Never been, friend. You've got the cart and the beast mixed up. I guess. That's like you, Tallulah. It really is. I'm not your ruler. And you deserve to have this land. Oh, and you deserve to have this land in the first place, rather. Even if filled with corpses, turbulent with bad memories, the tundra is, as it was, your homeland. You're all strong. I'm sure you'll find a way to prevail through it all. If you want, I can send you off. No, don't. Really, you should know it wasn't exactly the firmest thing. Making this decision, anyhow. Thinking about it, I used to be one of your people. I'll be telling my future companions plenty of stories about you. Here's begging for your mercy, then. Tallulah, the campfire's up. You can now restore your... Never mind, sorry. Alright. I'll be there in a moment. Friend, will tonight be our last meal together? Just to wait a bit longer. Some of us will want to talk with you too, probably. All of them would. Tallulah. How do you guarantee that everyone who stands by your side works with you as one? How do you know betrayal or some other crap isn't headed your way? No, I guess you obviously have your ways. You're smart. Oh, you're so smart, so strong to boot. And you know so much. A wound here or some bleeding there wouldn't slow down your pace, huh? The praise is one thing, but could you not make me out to be so terrifying? Don't get us wrong. One or two frustrations wouldn't make us lose our goal. We're no cowards. I just suddenly realised... Actually, maybe not everyone thinks. Same as you anyway, yeah. I mean, take me. I was gonna die anyway. I just chose to tag along with you all so I'd be able to eat something, live a few more days of my life. The moment I ate my own fill, I realised there were actually people like me. Or plenty like me. And I figured it'd be nice if they could eat their fill too. Strength, particularly in goodwill, their quality's hard to come by. Yep, hard for sure, so it's definitely not everyone who thinks that way. Who can guarantee we'll keep moving on? That we won't meet a crueler end? The old nobleman eliminating us all, implicating the innocent poor and all their children along the way? It doesn't really matter to me. But when I realise all the other ways it could go, it stresses me out. And not to mention that some people... Oh, to some people, nothing else matters except their own fill. If the question is just feeding yourself, even I could come up with plenty of ideas, like selling out. Selling out what matters to us. Plenty of people are itching to destroy us, and they'd happily let some nobody infected off to dispatch the remaining rebels. Couldn't be more cost effective if you tried. So I think, seeing that's how things are, we can't leave here now more than ever. Tallulah, we can't take every single person with us, can we? I have to concede that. That being the case, before we head all the way south and win all that goodness you talked about, what about the tundra? What about the infected left behind on it? Not just the tundra, really. The world's so vast. And to say it straight, some people are just thinking of taking the chance to leave this place. Finding like-minded folk elsewhere in hardship and distress, seeing if other places might have a niche in them for the infected. Some people might look at it that way. I hate that the moment he said look for some niche that the infected could work in, the very first two things I was thinking of was Rim Billiton and the night games in Kazimierz. Neither of which are particularly good. It was just like the very first thing I was like, oh, well, you could go to... But there is also... like, maybe not. Starting too early again, was still out fetching Donna. Sorry about that, I accidentally started stream too early and had to rush into getting everything prepared. Some people might look at it that way. You're seeing things this way honestly makes me really happy. Feels like the why would... It feels like the why would fly over my head, so well, I'm just not gonna ask. Circling back, does the fact we're leaving at such a critical point mean we'll be considered deserters? I don't really get all that too well, which is why I came to talk to you. Well, of course not. Be it Tallulah, the gorillas, so on, they're all names, and nothing more. You carry what lies beneath your names, your mindsets, spirits. You carry that sublime fire of resistance, scattering it across this world's every part. For all this, where's the need to fault yourselves? Or fought yourself, rather. Alright. Frankly, I only sort of get it still. But with those words coming from you, Tallulah, it puts me at ease. Reunion is just Rhode Island 3 years too early. Honestly, yeah. It really kind of is sometimes. I feel like these guys are the one that got trapped by the village. No, I believe the people that were trapped by the village were scouts sent by Tallulah and Reunion, because they were going to different villages to seek help and trade, which means they were still parts of Reunion. These seem like, well, these will be independents, and I'm thinking this is still the abandoned city that they found. So I think these are the ones that are taking the place. These are the ones that where people found that place and they wanted to settle down. But yeah, the people who were trapped by the village were still part of Reunion. +2 big. Rhode Island partially works for flying under the radar due to not growing too big. Well, that's kind of the thing, because Rhode Island is technically a multinational organization and a global business. They have offices all over the world, but that's the thing. They have offices all over the world, which are very small. And their main headquarters is, well, I mean, it's certainly not small. It's about 4 times the size of a US aircraft carrier, a modern one, but it's still small compared to, you know, moving cities. We're doing the secret endings. I thought you saw them already off stream. No, I said that I would watch them next stream if I weren't able to in the previous one. Anyway. Okay, read a bit. Be at ease, really. Oh, alright. I can't let the hunter's efforts go to waste. The knack you all have for laying out traps really opens my eyes. Multinational when discovered area of terror is about the size of Russia. I mean, yeah, but multinational is still multiple nations. And I suppose global is probably a bit of a misnomer, but if your entire worldview is that of a Pangea-like continent, then that is the world. Which is why America was called the New World, because it was so far away it practically was a different world. Hello, Mashal. I'll miss the days I was able to eat like this. And bikes, I need to go. Alright, no worries. Yeah, it's still the story, I'm afraid. Tallulah, we'll travel to every corner of this island. Of this land, rather. Hey, everyone over here. Food's ready. Okay, so the cutscenes are relatively short. That's fair. Now, this one was an absolute bitch for me to do. Like, I was able to get it done in the main story when I was streaming it, but I still lost people. I then kept trying after stream, still kept losing shield guards. Then I watched the guide on how to do it, still kept losing shield guards because it was just such an awkward timing for some of the things to do, and because for some reason I kept using rope to pull someone that I wasn't supposed to. Like, each time Kyo was like, specifically, do not pull right now, otherwise it won't work. And then every time I do it, and it's like, no, stop it. But eventually I got it done, so we can actually enjoy this one. That stage was fairly easy thanks to my E2 Perfumer and E2 Angelina. Well, I had E2 Perfumer for the time when I was trying to get Secret Ending. It was more so the timing that kept messing me up, because I kept losing one of the middle shield guards, because I kept pulling someone I wasn't supposed to pull, and they were able to do more damage than they should have. Yeah, the global healing does heal the guards, and that was a really good thing. When you, especially when you use her skill, it heals almost all the shield guards up to 100% before the next wave of them, and that was really nice. But it was just the timing towards the last 2 waves that really got it. Matter of protection. I imagine this is probably going to be a bit depressing. Slice, pierce, cleave, sweep. The blades flutter in lockstep with the enemy. Wail, rage, curse, howl. And then all tends towards serene. It's Rosmoscat, it's wholesome. I mean, you say that, but there are certainly points in Rosmontis' story that is not wholesome. So it's a bit of a coin toss here. Rosmontis' expression holds not the slightest change. Dealt with. There's no front or ambush positions left. We can continue forward. You do a pretty good job, Feline. Settled it without us even taking a scratch. I mean, gross, but I suppose that's one way of doing it. And you skewer their heads real fast. Real precise. No hesitation. That's good form. If only we didn't know you killed the captain, I'd probably ask you to join us. You're a natural-born warrior. Shame you were with that Cortis. Damn shame. It's ironic seeing this now, knowing the way they talk to each other later on. You can't say bad things about Amia. No, I'm not criticizing her now. You sure about that? I'd been wanting to hear the things she'd said long ago. Things I'd heard before. She's great, Feline. A true great one. But this won't get you anywhere, Feline. It won't get you anywhere. I don't believe you. Amia will be able to do it. Maybe. But you, with her, it's no good for either of you. Why? You're 2 kinds of people. What 2 kinds of people? Me and Amia get along really well. She's taught me a lot of things. You'll figure it in time. I hope that's not alluding to something that will eventually happen. You're doing this on purpose. I don't want to know. What you just said, I could join you? You can. We welcome anyone. As long as you feel the infected's fate is unfair. As long as Ursus gets you burning mad. As long as you want to fight. You can join us then. You thought our team only had Ursus in it? Thought it only kept his country's people? Think again, Feline. Oh! Oh, that surprised me. Wow. I wish it didn't cut straight to the dialogue, but you're a feline too. So that was the guy this entire time. Why does he look like Big Boss Naked Snake? Oh, it does kind of, yeah. When is Karma's Catboy Gorilla art? I mean, I am technically drawing something similar to that, so keep an eye out for that, especially if you're in the Discord. Born in Rimbilliton. Went with my parents to Ursus and settled down afterwards in this frigid place. He looked like he's holding in a laugh. That's kind of, yeah. I also just really like, because obviously the armor is so bulky and the helmet is really big as well. It makes his actual head look tiny compared to the rest of his body because of just how big the armor is. It's like with the Space Marines, where they take their helmet off and they just look tiny compared to the rest of their body. Shield Bro is an Aussie. Yeah, I was thinking that. There we go. Alright, I read a bit. I liked picking fights ever since I was young. Decided to join the army later because of it. Ursus's assessments for joining the army are pretty harsh on felines, but I still passed. Oh. I wonder if that's a social thing, just because, you know, you're not an Ursus, therefore we will make it difficult for you, or if it's an actual physical thing. Because I imagine felines are probably faster and more agile, but probably not as strong as an Ursus. But I also imagine the entry requirements for an Ursus soldier would be based on the physical properties of an Ursus, you know, person. And the Ursus are physically stronger. So I imagine that's probably quite a difficult thing, especially if they don't change things. Because in the real world, we tend to change stuff based on age and gender for the military. If you're older, you can... it's a longer time for the minimum requirement to run, for example. There's less push-ups, stuff like that. Same for if you're biologically female. You have slightly lesser criteria in order to join. But a military that doesn't have those criteria would be very difficult for certain people to get in. Of course, we have those lesser criteria because we can hand someone a gun, and that kind of force multiplication kind of makes a lot of the very physical activities less important, as opposed to an army which still fights with swords and shields, kind of does still need a lot of physical bruteness to it. So I can certainly see it being a lot harsher for recruitment in Terra in general, really. And I imagine a lot of places which have this sort of like single race silo would kind of do that sort of thing where it's kind of like, you know, we won't change it just because you're of a certain physical difference, maybe. Of course, that's also assuming they don't have the same level of corruption, but where you could just pay people off in order to get promoted. But, you know, I'm going to assume, at least for this, it wasn't that much for the case. I really liked the very video you did on Arknights. Any more in the works? Yes, at the moment I've written and started recording Iberia, specifically the nation itself and some of its history and what I think about it. And of course, you know, obviously like real world links. And I will probably be doing the same for Ursus once I've finished Walking Dust. And I'll probably keep that similar sort of thing of doing nations. But yeah, things like biology of Arknights is one thing I'll do. I'm also thinking of chemistry, so things like originium and stuff like that. So I'll probably be looking into some of the science as well. But at the moment, I'm kind of doing the more geopolitical side of it. So I'm looking at the countries, cultures, and histories first. So yeah, there are some stuff in the works at the moment. It's just quite slow because I'm a very slow worker when it comes to editing, and I hate the sound of my voice, so it's really difficult for me to do the recording sometimes. But anyway. And after I joined the captain's unit and went with him, fighting campaigns far and wide. That was 10 years. Wars, following wars, and always a war after that. That's Ursus. I used to feel proud of this country, kid. Countless among us used to feel proud of this country. So, why? Because my parents got oropathy, got kicked out of the city, and died in the wilderness. And I only learned about it half a year after they'd kicked the bucket. Oof. For science chemistry, you need to read Ubisoft R6 event. Yeah, I think someone mentioned that before, surprisingly enough. When I originally started working on my Originium video, which I've since scrapped because the amount of times I had to keep relearning something when there was new information, it reached a point where it just wasn't worth writing the script at that point. So I've put that on the back burner for now until I've got more information. I won't have to keep rewriting every single time I play a new part of the story. But also, that is rough. Jesus. By the way, there's lots of lore in the operator modules, especially with Amiya. Yeah, that's true. I've just unlocked Amiya's module, so I'm probably going to read it afterwards as well. Countless among us have gone through something similar. I heard you went through something similar too, kid. Well, I think she kind of went through quite a lot. But it's not just that. If it was just that, just one misfortune I ever happened across, I might even be able to understand it. Well, yeah, you would sort of like reason yourself into thinking it's fine, thinking like, oh, well, you know, communication's weird, maybe they just couldn't get me the message or whatever, but when it keeps happening, that's the point where it's difficult to justify things that other people do. But that's not how it works. War used to be the only thing that existed inside my head, and the only thing I ever reckoned to accomplish. I started reflecting, thinking some things over, and only then did I start figuring something out about this country. Trying to understand this country I used to struggle for. Are we watching Chonye animation as well today? Possibly. Is that the PV though? Because if that's the animated trailer that was originally on the CN adverts, I think I've already watched it, but I could watch it again because it has been a long time. If the captain weren't there, I'd probably long been court-martialed for making disrespectful remarks at HQ. No, they're talking about the Dillian Goo. Okay, yeah. After that, I went to the Northern Plains with the captain. And the rest is history. In all of this, I've learned endurance, learned rage, learned hatred. No, they sponsored a YouTube animator formerly from Rooster Teeth to make an animation for the event. Oh, nice. Okay, yeah, I definitely need to look into that then. I know it was mentioned before last stream, but obviously that was such a long stream I couldn't in the end. Amia told me not to learn of these. You'll learn them one way or another, kid. If you can't use them, chances are they'll swallow you up. So, was Patriot your family then? We fought together for 20 years. He was my best brother, my closest brother in arms, and the one I most respected. He was, kid. But I've still got to say, you're all the more suited to join us. Then, would Amia be able to join you? That Quartus? No, she wouldn't work. She can't join us. Then I won't join you. I told you. You killed the captain. There's no way you'd be able to join. I don't care. But personally speaking, you need to pay a bit more attention to her. She wants to protect you, but she'll probably die faster than you will. Why are you that sure? Because we've met someone like her before. The shield guard looks like he's thinking back to something. He pays no more attention to Rosmontis, puts on his helmet once again, and walks off to his comrade in arms. Damn. Which one was this? Right, letting Mephisto go. This one's probably going to be painful. A matter of choice. I swear, if it's going to go from that point of view, okay, it's not good. I've gained a general understanding of this infected's behavioural patterns. Despite his now exceptional infected state, his actions still obey some kind of law. In regards to stimulatory measures, he possesses distinct methods of resolving stressors, which likely are leftovers of habitual thoughts from his previous human form. I haven't done Video Law yet. Sorry. I'll probably read through Video Law on my own, just probably even after this stream. I'll play Walking in Dust though on Saturday, and hopefully play through the majority of it, but we'll have to see. Hello Azur, and hello Raphael. What did I miss? Oh, I've just done the first two secret endings. I'm now on the third one. Mutations in his infected organs have emerged within the same line, control, as well as to be controlled. Violence's cyclical nature has no potential to be undermined. To force, as well as to be forced, beat upon their skin in cyclical fashion. In following, I will attempt to eliminate the possibility he may, owing to his exceptional infected status, have any negative effect whatsoever on other organisms. I'll render his infected organs harmless, halt those organs' actions, and destroy their basic function. As a doctor, that is all I am required to do. Even if we set the entire district ablaze, it would only serve to further disperse that exceptional Originium crystal makeup has already arisen, rather, and bring about even more exceptional infected in return. This operation is necessary. Isn't that what the opposite of a doctor should do? No, it makes sense to remove infected areas, and especially things responsible for spreading infection. Except in this case, instead of it spreading in the body, it's more so stopping it from spreading at all. Once this series of tasks is complete, he can return to being a normal infected. I don't believe you, Calcit. Purely on the fact that he is currently looking like a legendary Pokemon right now. I don't know if that constitutes as being a normal infected, and if somehow removing those organs means he turns back into a real boy, that is good. That sounds great. I don't think you're telling the truth there. Or rather, what you consider to be normal is vastly different to what I consider to be normal. There it is. Yeah, okay. Only the mutation of his infected organs has already dealt irreversible damage to his bodily function. The rate and degree of infection of his various physiological systems can only accelerate from here on. He is already terminal, in end state. The world has already abandoned him. This is the fate left for him. The only thing the world has for every single infected. Is this the only method of treatment? From a medical perspective, yes. However, even if I were to look past my position as a doctor, I still would not have any participation in any facet of administration beyond regarding reunion infected. Meaning he can't be saved, just let it go. I refuse! God damn it. We don't have much time. Whether or not he can awaken from his coma hinges entirely on how his physiological condition fares following operation. Following the conclusion of the Chernobyl Core City operation, we'll be completely disavowing any relationship with the reunion movement. Except for the fact that we're keeping the leader. Notice the text behind you is stuck. What do you mean? Oh, it has! Oh, that is annoying. Ah. Yeah, Oh, I think I know what I can do. Let me try something. Where is it? Overlay. Boop. That is not it. YouTube stuff. Boop. Boop. No. Okay, I have no idea why it's doing that then. Oh well. That's a shame. I'll look into that in a moment. This is a necessary piece of that puzzle. Put simply, the numerous lives this infected organs are tied to, and his own fate, are nothing to do with Rhode Island. Well, what can I do? You can make some sort of choice. The power to choose has always been in your hands, Doctor. The majority of time, we've had no time to review the consequences of our choices, and nothing more. But before you make a choice, you should clearly ascertain their outcomes. Should you regard him as an infected patient, or should you regard him as one of the Union's past leaders? Why not both. The last I checked, you can be a patient regardless. If you regard him as a microcosm of all the evil that runs riot across the land, is he a casualty or a perpetrator? Should you regard him as an inseparable part of some kind of violent regime, or should you regard him as the lamentable outcome of some hideous logic? I regard him as an enemy combatant that we have since taken in, which means we should therefore take care of. Okay, I admit Geneva Convention doesn't exist in Terra, but I still personally believe that regardless. She's literally just complicating her previous sentence. That too, yeah. Like, that made no difference. It was just the same two options regardless, but okay. In reality, these identities are all fundamentally inseparable, but we don't have the capacity to accommodate them all. Whether you let him run his own course in the core city, or regard him as the ringleader of the infected violence and apply grave consequences to him in the name of present society, or perhaps take him as an acutely ill patient to proceed down a humanitarian path of treatment. Whether rationally passing judgment and deciding life or death, or directly confronting your own cognition to issue judgment that exceeds our scope of authority, these are all the things you can do. I feel like you could have just said these same two things once, and that would have been it. It feels like you're trying to clarify yourself, but each time you're just making it more and more hard to understand. Factually, he has already vanished from this land. Only you can decide his fate, whether fortune or misfortune. Whether benevolent, or fair, or resentful, or whatever, whatever. There we go. I was like, that's not... Was that whatever? And then suddenly it merged into weather. There we go, it's weather. I don't know why I read two things. Or whether you'd like all four, or whether your decision has nothing to do with these words at all. It doesn't matter to me. I won't issue any evaluation on your choices. Even if I would, I wouldn't speak it. Even if making choices for other people's fates is a ridiculous, laughable affair, he's already made his choice. What should be done next hinges only on you. I'm only a doctor meeting the patient for the first time, but you are the doctor who's fought against him numerous times. Your understanding should be deeper than mine. Do what you should do. What? I feel like I've read the same sentence 5 times in a row now. You're literally just telling me to make a choice. It's your choice, not mine. It's your choice, not mine. Oh, by the way, it's your choice. Like, I get the point. I got the point the very first time you told me what I should think of. Or perhaps, Doctor, you've considered a choice. I swear, if I see another choice, if I see her say choice or decision or something another time, I'm going to flip. And he didn't even give me a choice! What? At the very least, could you have not given me the option? Even if it doesn't reveal whether or not my option mattered, at least, if you're gonna speak... If you're gonna speak so much about how it's my choice to make and how I should make a choice, and At least give me the option to make the choice. What in the MiHoYo-verse was that? Spent about 10 minutes saying the same thing for like several paragraphs. I guess, yeah, I guess I did already make the choice, but it's still like... I wanted to, at the very least, make a firm decision. I made the choice to let him go. I decided that helping was fine, but I thought, like, you know, at the very least, discuss the ethics of it a bit more. But, oh well, there it is. Hello, Mr. Bro. Hello, Merwind. And what's worse is, if I already made the choice before seeing the cutscene, then why even have the whole conversation of the choice? That was amazing. I love that. Okay, here we go. A matter of trust. God, that really... that really hit me. Hey, what's the situation? Not too good. There's only a couple of devils left on the lower level. But they're all battle-hardened mercenaries, and horrible at that. Give them a single screw and they'd come up with 100 different ways to kill you. In terms of combat ability, we're about even. In terms of numbers, we've only got half theirs. Do you have a butt? I'm going to lose all feeling in my legs. Yeah, but the mercs have some inter-team strife. At least a bunch of outside are. The ones below us right now, I'm not too sure. You know that's not good news, right? Ow. That guy just now was a ruthless bastard. If you've done emergency treatment, you're good. Think of something else for now. Distract yourself. Okay, this thing's annoying me just a little bit. I'm going to see if I can... Let me just see if I can change my overlays. There we go. Okay, it shows it on my end. Okay, I've saved it. Okay, let me just... Boop. Boop. No. Why are you doing that? On Stream Elements, it's showing it. Oh, I don't know. Oh, maybe I can reload it. Properties. Refresh. There it is. Alright, there we go. It works now. The chat box is infected with orography. Damn, how much did I miss? Oh, we're now on the 4th secret ending. It's gotten hotter and hotter up above. Ever since just now, the action up there has gotten a little scary. And, well, How do I put it? Makes it a little hard to breathe. I said distract yourself, not think about it at all. Not think about it all, rather, not at all. Also, I really like this person's design. Amia. Amia's alright, isn't she? And that Lungman officer, I only met her once. But when I think about how they're dealing with, what was it? Give it a rest. You're starting to talk in tongues. Actually, you've lost plenty of blood. Hold on, we've got news. It's a me. I'm already at ground level. What's the situation? The enemy? Stroke of good luck. An arcs explosion just now at the top of the tower was like a volcano erupting, engulfing the floor. Engulfing the floor we were holding. We dispatched a few sentries in all the chaos, and the rest of them had to evacuate down the ground, down to open ground. How's that good luck? I thought they'd be defending this place to the death. Oh, was it the enemies that were abandoning? Never mind. Maybe they all had a premonition of sorts. They all know what's going on up there is beyond any tactical level of foresight now. Wait, what's going on? What? Grab onto me. Wait, the fire's spreading? What the hell is even flammable here? High heat. It's just like the Intel said. This is Tallulah's doing. I quit standing there. What do we do now? Oh, let's go this way. Join up with everyone else. Wait up. Is your leg okay now? Distracting myself. I suppose running for your life would be distracting. That is something Tallulah is able to make if I use anything to burn. Well, I imagine because her heat, her fire is so hot that it can spontaneously combust a lot of things. But then she can also combust things with her mind as well, so she doesn't even necessarily need the high heat to do it if she can just do it in general with her magic. Confirm all comms. For the time being, no casualties. You seem familiar. Or am I thinking of someone else? Calm your hustle. Those mercs haven't gone far. They're confirming the situation, prying for opportunities. Command tower got caught up in a sudden explosion at the top, and now it's falling into momentary peace. That doesn't sound momentary. Yeah, he's got it. What part of this screams peace to you? Amia's group are okay, right? Reserve caster? Maybe. You play these reserve ops in IS2. Oh, I might have seen the profile then. I definitely haven't used this person in IS2, but they, like, it's specifically the face, the covered eyes, the hat, and the neck guard makes me think, this reminds me of something. Oh, she's a Cortus. Well, with what's going on at the tower atop, I'd say we're practically the picture of peace. Okay, fair. I mean, if you're comparing anything to the top of the tower, it's perfect. I was about to say something really dumb. I was about to say, is there a playable main Cortus Caster. I say, as I've been playing Amir for the past half a year. But I suppose I meant other than Amir. I meant as in just in general. Are there other? That was what I meant. It's just that I almost just said it random without taking into account that yes, I do know. I do know Bunny Girl exists. Cruz is a Cortus, but Sniper, yeah. I was just wondering if there was another caster that's also a Cortus. Lionheart? Oh, is he a Cortus? Oh, wasn't sure. I know he's got quite long ears, but everything else about him didn't seem rabbity, unless it's maybe like based on like a hair or something, maybe. Yeah, Yelena, don't do that to me. Ansel is a medic. Yeah, there's medic. Are there any guards? Again, other than Amir. Finally. Lion Mane Rabbit. Oh, okay. I'll have to have a look at them then. Savage. Oh yeah, isn't there also a... Okay, I'm not sure. I feel like there's another one similar to Lionheart, but I can't remember. Don't drop your guards. We're still... Why'd you go mute? Hello? E-escape. Or A's escape. Yeah, there is enough ops to play Bunny Nights. Oh, interesting. What's so interesting about the sky is something going on at the tower. Wait, is that an orb of light? A ball of fire? A halo? What is that? It's Mercy coming down like in that one trailer. Art. Art? You surprised? Ah, I've been making a record. Since the start, that first huge sound, the flames, the heat, airstreams have burst through the building's dome. From beneath the tower to the naked eye, it looks like... Scarp is Eren Yeager from Attack on Titan. Really? What, as in the voice actor? Or just what he looks like? Like the afterglow of the setting sun. The death of the infected as successive as the heat waves. Maybe you guys shouldn't be as philosophical while there's raining bits of debris coming down the tower. Just a thought. VA? Oh, okay, nice. Like rage. Like the city placed in ruin. I don't think I'm particularly perceptive compared to the rest of you, but I know more or less what you want to say here, really. That'd be the leader of Reunion's Heat and Flame. Like in Ruby with semblances, but still getting surprised. Yeah. I suppose that... No, okay, no, I can't even give Ruby the benefit of the doubt, to be honest, because it is still very common. But Heat and Flame shouldn't be things so fearful. I mean, we've learned right from the very beginning to respect and fear fire, so you're kind of wrong there. That ball of light, that's two people's... No, perhaps even more than that. Even more rage. So that's Tallulah? It isn't. Or put another way, it's not just her, not by far. Everyone knows the leader of Reunion is as the intel described her, But I can't draw a line between that young little dragon and what I'm seeing now at all. Young little dragon? How old are you? Yeah. Just what is happening up there? I don't know. Amia. Is there anyone else in the command tower? Yes. Then we need to go help them. Wait, keep your head down. Ah. Enemies have left the command tower. Go find them. Block this place off. Don't give them a chance to seek aid. What do we do now? Maybe we should go back and help Amia. No. Only Amia. Only Amia can do this. She can, I'm sure of it. This really makes the Rhode Island feel like a family. Yeah, it really does. Because it's... But it's also the way they act around each other, the way they talk to each other, but also the words they use and how they refer to each other. It's not like, you know, let's help the commander, let's help the boss, or, you know, anything like that. It's help Amia. Even though she is literally CEO of a massive company and everything. It's the fact that it's everyone refers to everyone as a person makes it a lot more, you know, a lot more closely knit. I believe in her. That's the only reason I have for standing here now. And she promised me, on my next paid leave, she'd tag along with me to hit the streets. And no leader's allowed to eat their words. Okay. Then, until Amia comes back, clutching victory, we can't relinquish the control tower. At the very least, we hold on until Dr. Calcit arrives. Oh! Oh, don't do that to me! Oh! Don't do that to me! You nearly made me scream. I nearly grasped and started to cry. Fucking hell. you don't cut off your sentence and then there's a sword swing sound. That is not what you get to do. Whew. Man. Sorry, give me a moment. God, this game has really messed me up. I heard a sword swing and my first reaction was to start crying. Woo. I guess I just really do expect things to go badly very quickly in this game. Wait. Something's cutting the sky apart. That... whatever that is. Did you hear that? It happened again. A sword? Right, that Lungman officer's a sword wielder, sword wheeler. A sword wielder, isn't she? Could a sword do this? I'll hold the mercs off outside the control tower. You guys back in. Rescue the remaining people. Secure an evacuation route that hasn't been destroyed. Funny you didn't realise it's Chen sword sound effects. To be honest, I kind of forget what a lot of the sounds are, and that shing just sounds like any sword sound effect. Like, it doesn't sound too dissimilar from pretty much any sword sound I've ever heard in film and games. Well, Amia is on RI since she was still a child, so many older operators probably still see her that way. Yeah, there's that too. I was saying before, and it must be quite a strange thing to be a subordinate to someone that young, but then at the same time, like, because there's got to be that sort of weird disconnect between, this is a kid, I kind of want to, defend them and protect them, but then at the same time, they are literally in charge and they will order me to do literally anything else. Which I suppose is why everyone always argues against her whenever she does an order that puts herself in danger. Like, every time, without fail, someone always goes into a defensive mode and like, no, we're going to stay with you. It's like, no, I'm boss, you go. So they do do a good job of, even if they don't outright say it, they still sort of try to hint at the fact that, these people are still sort of
New
looking
donation
at...
from Gutzan.
Hey!
Hi.
Hi. Gutzan, thank you for the donation. Wow. Oh, that's amazing. Hey. Well, thank you so much. That really helps towards the goal. Oh. God, yeah. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, but yeah, so like Hypergriff and the writers in general do a really good job at showing like how these operators do still see her, because she isn't just a leader in that regard. Yeah. How are you going to hold your own against that many Sarkaz? I'll go with her. Okay, can you lot stop doing their flags? I know we technically play you guys in the IS, but your sprites could be literally anyone. How much will they cut? Like, will they do secret endings? Honestly, so far, I feel like they won't do any of the secret endings. I feel like they'll only follow Amia and the Doctor's perspectives. And maybe some of the flashbacks. But even then, I think the flashbacks will probably be condensed to 1 or 2 episodes. Or 2 or 3 episodes, like the villain arc in My Hero Academia, which was condensed down to a very short, like 2 or 3 episodes. So they'll probably do it that way. Instead of meshing it all together, they'll probably condense that down to a single part of the arc, and then probably get rid of all of these side perspectives. Endings might be OVA material, that too. But yeah, I don't think they'll do the secret endings. Maybe the Mephisto secret ending with Calcit and the Doctor, because that's from the Doctor's perspective, so they might have some of the dialogue in there, but to be honest, that probably, seeing as it was also basically just what was in the original cutscene anyway, they probably won't. Oh no, I just mean the flashbacks. So the reunion side of the story, they might do as like a arc within the series. I mean, they could do a back and forth, but with the way a lot of animes are structured, they tend to just do the whole thing in one go. And yeah, as Gamer mentioned, there is quite a lot of bloated text and a lot of things that are repeated multiple times, which probably aren't necessary. And also a lot of things where they say, but they're descriptive stuff. They say, oh look, this person's doing this, which you can just show. So with anime, you have the advantage of show don't tell. So you don't necessarily need the characters to be talking or saying what's happening, because you just show the audience what's going on. And that's always faster. You guys, go back in. Now, move. Moreau doesn't have many left. Tell the other teams to haul the net in. We'll be going this way. Legends of Galactic Hero does back and forth. Okay, so they could do something like that as well. Crash their defensive line ASAP. Their deaths will be our greatest bargaining chips. Bargaining chips for what? Move. Wait, I clicked too soon. Alright. Don't you push it now. They've got a lot of people. It's been forever. Us two, fighting side by side, eyeing for a chance to ambush the enemy. Yeah, things like when this is over, or it's been a long time since we've done this, or let's get a drink. I hate that. I hate those lines now. The two battle-hardened operators hold tight their weapons in mutual rapport, and the sarcasms press on forwards towards them menacingly. They're just walking there menacingly. Neither side takes their eyes off the other. Well, to be fair, guards, they could. There's every chance that they'll be improved by then. So they've done one season. They're doing a second season. It could just be with every season they improve and get better and better by that point. That's a lot of seasons, especially if they need to start splitting. For sure. So about your vacation, you two still need a bag carrier? Come on. There it is. Really stop with the flags. Literally, every time. Right, here we go. A matter of self. End 8-2. I mean, technically, with how many times the end cutscene ended only to start up again, this is technically like end 8-4. Oh, hello. Ah. Forgive my presumption. Might you be the doctor? You're 12F. I never thought you'd remember me. You're literally one of the first people we get. Have we met somewhere before? Or perhaps you've previously read my files? Don't be so polite. Why am I so rough there? You don't need to be so reserved. When going outside, I do tend to be somewhat polite. Once used to speaking like this, it's hard to change. I've seen no shortage of rude remarks come to a fight after all. By and large, we keep at distance from vulgar people. Without any other reason, only that one thing less perhaps beats one thing more. He has an English voice actor he could base his voice off. I mean, true, but I'm never going to try and do a similar voice to another person simply because I do not have that range. I vaguely remember him having a somewhat gritty voice, so I am kind of doing a bit of a gruffness, but that's kind of more so just vibe. It's truly been a long campaign, and you've endured it to the bitter end. Battles like these are only cause to feel fear. Might you feel that way, Doctor? As ever, be silent. That doesn't work with me. Unfortunately, I did that. Gruffles, Grandpa Rangers. Ah, shit. But he does still have... No, he does still have a bit of a gravel in his voice. But like young gravel, not old man gruff. Painstakingly explain to him how you're already used to this. No, I'll just do the intern ask. If you were to ask, I don't tell lies. I am... Granted, I've already come all this way with the team, but I'm still quite afraid. In the wilderness, dying is not much worth mentioning, a trivial thing. This has become a consensus across near to all people. I believe that was why we set up nomadic cities. We wished to live on, to not be killed by the wilderness again. But the disasters occurring among these cities were a repeated reminder to us that often, when we think we've had the great fortune to escape from somewhere, we'll play new misfortunes upon ourselves. Did the people of Chernobyl ever imagine they'd go through this? I imagine they didn't. It's no good thing, passing your days trembling in fear. Outcomes such as this are too dark. I can't imagine what I'd be like, stuck to this vision and living on. Should listen to his voice. Yeah, it has been a while since I've seen his profile and listened to him. I do think I've got him on English by default. Oh, will you still watch the event animation? Yeah, that's one of the things. I think someone wanted a fan animation. I might not watch the fan animation if it's got music in it that's copyrighted, because I had a hard time last time. But all of this has dropped, unwittingly, right on their heads. We've stopped the core city. What if something broke out once again with Chernobyl? When I consider all we might encounter in the future, it leaves me feeling only afraid. No, not the event animation. Someone asked about a fan animation with Tallulah and Cashew. That was the one I was referring to. Because if it's fan-specific, like fan-made, not commissioned, then there's a good chance that it's using copyrighted music, they often do. And last time I got slapped in the face by Sony, so I sort of avoid it. Because I wanted to understand your character. Though, given I could find you here, I can more or less arrive at my own answer. Okay, Ayun, rather. Well, have a nice time anyway, and there's always the VOD afterwards. Disregarding the people who already knew you well, there are plenty like myself who didn't join Rhode Island too long ago, who feel some sense of curiosity about you. Of Amia, we all have the same general impression. Everyone knows that beneath her minuscule stature lies a tenacious will holding her up. Opinions on Dr. Kaltsit all vary. While I can very much understand her, well, probably because you talk a lot like her, no matter what Dr. Kaltsit does, she always has a basis. She's in no way impetuous and never acts on impulse. That's simply not something the average person can achieve. Whereas you... What about you? It's not been too long since you came back to Rhode Island. And before you'd returned, your name had spread fast. But we didn't know who you were, what kind of person you were, what you would bring for us. Before you came, Dr. Councit pushed a notification to each individual's terminal, letting us all know that you'd be an important member of the Rhode Island Command Department someday. Though plenty of notifications from HR are similar, I was still able to pick up on the information concealed within that short paragraph of text. I like that he mentioned that there are loads of notifications that are similar from HR, because they really are. Whenever HR introduce a new person in email, they always big them up and say, like, this person's going to be really valuable to the team and all that. So it's like, it probably wasn't that big of a deal when they read it. It's like, this person's going to be a very valued member for the command team. Okay, this person's going to be a very valued member to the engineering team. This person's going to be a very valuable member to the cleaning staff. Like, it's always the same. Councit writing a short paragraph. To be fair, given how much 12F also talks, it's possible that it is short for his definition. Maybe the two of them share the same idea of what they consider a short paragraph. I'm sure you're very valuable to White Cat. Shush. I mean, yeah, but shush. You were, to some of us, completely unfamiliar. At the time, at least, that was how it was. It's not just that we don't know what sort of past you had. We weren't even sure what kind of future you had. I haven't been paying much attention. Does he have any expression sprites? Or is his face just like that in general? Because I feel like something changed just a moment ago, and I wasn't sure if it was a facial expression, because I hadn't been paying attention to his face, I've just been reading the text. Where would Rhode Island lead us? Along the way, you'd be sure to play an important role. I know that was how a lot of people felt. But what about yourself? Or you yourself? Might you feel like that, like all of that is not part of you? Maybe, I'll have to look it up now. There is a website which has all of the sprites everywhere, including every version, so I might see if he does. You've lost your memories after all, and this world hides a great many facts from you. Doctor, I have some personal experience. Can you hear it out? You may as well, really. You don't have to take it seriously. You might feel like, ever since you've woken, you haven't had much right to choose anything. The road has been paved out entirely by ourselves. By others, rather. Well, it doesn't help that we get an entire cutscene worth of how it's important for us to make decisions and then not give us a choice to make. Personally, in my experience, from the moment I was born up till now, ever since I was tossed into this land, I've always had that sort of feeling. That I can't choose. I can only live upon this great land. Putting those great figures who felt they could change their own fate aside, we ordinary people... Please, just allow me to say this. We ordinary people are always pushed along. Why do I get the feeling the Doctor's trying to leave? Like, it's like, he's just like trying to get up and trying to go. He's like, no, stay, I'm still talking. But are we truly allowed no choice? To this Chernobyl core city mission, I signed up. I knew this was highly dangerous, and I knew it went against what I believed. More than doing anything to shake the world, what I want is to live on. And I was very well aware I couldn't help with much myself. Compared to other, far more specialized operators, I was... it was all I could do to not get in the way. But I still chose to do things in this manner. I didn't need to explain to anyone else my reasons, nor did I need to tangle myself in anything after this. Before we made our decisions, we wondered why we had to do things this way. And after that, so we did them. So, Doctor, you actually had some sort of choice, didn't you? You came with us all the way here. You're here. That's my verdict, then. Thank you for your time, Doctor. I apologise for talking to myself for so long, but I do understand you a little more now. It's getting late. Preparations for work should be more or less there by now. I've confirmed your safety as well. Following that, our team should be retreating. So, I'll see you at Rhodes, Doctor. Oh, right, Doctor. No matter if it's just in the moment or just the slightest variance, the future will surely follow with each difference in your choices, and expose a different appearance as time goes by. I trust you will always have a choice. I do find this talk of choices in 2 cutscenes now somewhat ironic, because in a lot of the choices we get, the result is the same regardless. Not to quite the egregious amount that things like Genshin and Honkai do, where your choice really just gives the same answer regardless. They sort of change the answer sometimes, but most of the main choices end up going to the same thing. There are some things where choosing a choice will get you a different item or reward sometimes, like in the Near Light event, but most of the time you make a choice and it's just going to be the same outcome regardless of the choice. Maybe a different bit of dialogue. Not that I would expect, like, you know, full-on different endings in the end sort of thing. That would be very difficult to keep track of, but still. You know who Lowlight is, yes? Yeah, I do. Calthit pops in. Did someone say choice? Suddenly the cutscene is extended by at least 2 cutscenes worth of time. Didn't know Near Light got you different items and choices. There's one that I know of, and it's I think it's Near Light anyway. You get oh, what's it called? You can buy something for someone, I think, and you get it. You get the item, but I can't quite remember what it entailed now. I feel like it was Near Merch. Not Near Merch, Nil Merch, rather. I feel like that was a thing, where if you chose to get it, you get it, but then the other 2 options doesn't. But that's kind of what I mean. There are some choices where you get something, but that's usually the extent. Any suggestions? So there's one thing I'm going to look at. Let's see, the commissioned thing, so I'm going to find that now. Imagine you reached a bad ending because you didn't stay silent for all the speech options, and now Alex and Misha found the visual dead. I would scream if that's the option. I would make an entirely new account just to avoid it if I found out that was the case. Okay, so the video in question it's Chong Yue, not Chong Yun. I keep wanting to say Chong Yun. It's not Yun. Chongwei, Arknights. Legend of. Okay, there we go. And it was Dilongu. Yes, Dilongu X Arknights collaboration. Okay, 4 days ago. Oh, so this is something I haven't seen then. Blimey, it's 7 minutes long. I want Candle Knight as an operator so bad. It'd be great. Honestly, yeah. She looks like she could be an operator. I'm surprised she isn't. Okay, I'm just gonna drop audio all the way down. And then YouTube, properties. Legend of Chongqing. There we go. Right. Probably will be someday if we go back to Kazimiezh. Maybe. Although I feel like we've already got 4 Kazimiezh themed events. So I feel like it's probably not going to happen anytime soon. Well, she's Lifanian technically, right? Well, that's true. If there's an event in Lifania, they could probably have an excuse to bring her in. Okay, I'm just going to... I want to put Karma in my base and poke him so bad. I want to commission an artist to make like chibi you know, operator versions of my model and that, just for the sake of it, because I think it'd be amazing. But I can't find anyone that can do something that specific, both like as an animation and as just design. I could probably find a few people that do like the chibi gacha style design, but doing the animations and all that kind of needs a level of familiarity that I haven't found anyone online that can, which is a shame. I might eventually do it myself if I get better at that sort of thing. Anyway, I think that might be okay for audio. Let me know if it's too quiet or if it's too loud. I think that should... Oh,
With the catastrophe so close, I can't help but wonder why someone would decide to leave the city right now.
This doesn't concern you. Please, let me through!
Doesn't concern me. Then maybe you can explain why you have something of mine tied to your back.
It was my master's dying wish!
oh, Jesus.
I don't have time to deal with this. I need this sword for today.
That sword affects the safety of you, men. I can't let you take it so easily.
Oh. Okay, that was just a flex. Looks like it uses Ruby engines. It wouldn't surprise me. Oh, damn.
Enough!
Whomst? Oh.
Usually when you agree to have a duel with someone, it's considered rude to schedule another one right before. I hope you're not too tired.
Oh, I love the voice.
Master.
I assure you, Tianpei, it was only a warm-up.
Well, you done?
Your master was a very good friend of mine.
Actually, he sounds
All
very
I ask
familiar.
is that you bring this sword back to me when you are done visiting her. Can you do that?
Yes. Yes, sir. Thank you. I promise I will return the sword to you when I get back.
Please, send my regards. Now then,
Jumps off the
let's see
building.
which one of us is really stronger.
Finally.
Oh, jeez. He really just said, finally, our battle will be legendary. Ooh.
That's one round for me.
Choreography is amazing, it really
But
is.
your parry needs work. Focus! Find the flow of least resistance.
Don't lecture me.
Oh, oh. Nope. Okay, things closing up. God, it's so quick, it's hard to keep up with what they're doing. Oh! Oh! Oh, that music. Ah. I hope that music is somewhere that I can listen to.
Zhongye, you may be the strongest martial artist today, but I will get stronger. I promise you that.
You know, you're the only mortal I have ever met who could knock me down. That sword is something of much importance to me. As soon as the girl returns it, I believe you can keep it safe until our next duel. It seems I'm needed elsewhere. Thank you, Huai Tenpei, for the warm-up.
It looks like everyone just decides to fall off the building as a way of leaving. Oh. Okay, that music is amazing. Wow. Well, that looks interesting. I'll watch that later. That was honestly a really good animation. Fucking hell. That was definitely some of the best choreography I've seen in a long while, in animation at least. Like, god damn. This animation's a top tier, yeah. And I'm assuming with the Goo engine, that's another 3D engine that's made to look like a 2D animation, isn't it? Similar to some of the others. Definitely subworthy, absolutely. Which I have indeed done. But god, that was... And the music was really good as well. That's probably going to get me copyrighted. Just going by how it sounds like probably a proper production one. Unless the Arknights side of it is a commission. Maybe it was Monster Siren. Otherwise, yeah, that's probably going to get me in trouble, but that's fine. I'll just deal with it later. They made music for this. True, I suppose it just depends on who they go with. If it's purely just the two groups, then that's fine then. It probably was Monster Siren. But honestly, yeah, that was an amazing... It has the YouTuber Lappy who made the music. I think it's in the description. Oh, okay, then in which case I'll definitely check it out later as well. I'll check that the YouTuber out as well. I know it's part of the actual game itself, but I do like the design of the building. It is very much the Asian-inspired building, but in this case, the sort of like slanted roofs that you see serve a function as well. They sort of move up and down like flaps. I thought that was quite a cool detail. Like when it extends out, it looks like the typical Asian buildings that you see, but then they move into a more protective stance for the sandstorms. That was quite cool. It was quite cool seeing it because I didn't quite see it in the trailer and all that. So I just looked at it and was like, it makes sense. But honestly, the choreography though is amazing, and as far as I'm aware, it's hand animation, isn't it? Like it's not done with mocap or anything. It's an actual hand done animation using the engine itself, like actually moving the 3D models as opposed to layering a mocap skeleton over it, if I remember correctly, which is honestly incredibly impressive. Plus the blinds opening from that ship out of the slab. But oh yeah, that was a really good one. I'm also just... I think what I'm also going to do though is, while I'm still here, I think I'm going to the operator records. Yes. I need to figure out story. There it was. Could be rotoscopes too. True. How long is this? Oh, that's quite a lot. Bloody hell, that is a lot. Remind me a little of Devil May Cry 4, the God Slap. Oh, true. Okay, so I was finally able to get the module for the caster Amiya, which wasn't too difficult, to be fair. I had most of the stuff. It was more so just the materials to get. And I had to try and kill an elite, or not an elite, a boss enemy with her. And it was very difficult, not because of the difficulty of any of the stages, but the difficulty in the fact that it was never her killing him. Every time she would do all the work and then someone else would do it. It reached a point where I was like constantly juggling operators, like getting rid of an operator at the detriment of everything else just to get her to kill the guy first. And then I put another operator back in and kills thing literally every time because it's like, just use Cora, she doesn't attack. Oh, no, it wasn't because of that. Because, what I went with was one of the easier battles, which was Skull Shatterer. Specifically, I think it was Misha Skull Shatterer, the one where they move around in a circle. So no one was ever actually blocking him or her. I can't remember whether it was Alex or Misha. Because it was just the easiest one to do, because I could just have her there. Yeah, I just used Cora to block. True. I probably could have done that, but it was just more so because I was also trying to make sure that it was a 3-star victory as well, because it needed to be a 3-star and her killing the boss, if I remember correctly, unless I misread it and ended up making it harder for myself. But yeah, so just long story short, it was trying to get enough damage, because while she was doing damage to him, I felt like it just wasn't fast enough. I needed to get more damage out, but then in doing so, it made it more likely for other people. So it took a little bit of balancing before having Anya being the one to actually kill. Why wouldn't it be 3-star with Cora blocking and Anya being... Because it was just the way I was doing it. So I was doing it in a specific way that had the defenders blocking the exit, which Skull Shatterer doesn't walk through. I mean, it could have waited right up until the very end, I suppose, but I wanted to get him done first before everything else. So while Skull Shatterer was still walking around, basically. Plus, Anya tends to target scrub enemies too. That was the other thing. So there was some moments where it was just Skull Shatterer left, but at the same time, it was basically when I was doing it. I was trying to get him or her dead first. And not wait. I could have just waited until the very end, I think. But, yeah. Regardless, I was able to do it. It was fine. It was just more so just get rid of this person. Oh, they're dead. Wait a little bit. Put the person back in. That was kind of all I needed to do. How to get the strategies? I'm doing fine, to be honest. I just decided I wanted to do it quickly. Like, it didn't take me particularly long. It took me about 3 tries. It was more so just gathering the materials that took ages to do. First, and in doing so, regardless, I was building up the other objective, which was to kill boss enemies like 6 to 10 times anyway, so it didn't matter. First, there are a few indistinct silhouettes. Soon, a dazzling light. Gradually, the light grows distant and rises to the sky, leaving behind bright blotches. Not long after, those points of light themselves speed far away. And all that remains is a meaningless jet black. You remember those blotches are celestial bodies, every one. You remember the home of the stars is called the cosmos. Then immediately, your sight abruptly grows clear, sleek metal. A sealed room, a clear window forms your third eye. Through the window, you gaze at a colossal grey sphere. And in the center of the megastructure is no normal of that megastructure, no normal mind could comprehend. It quietly awaits its birth father. You suddenly feel a kind of movement. A fluid wets your vision. You begin to seek this emotion's root. You see a child's birth. It is your child. A brand new fate. A soul entrusted. But against that yawning megastructure, how insignificant a life of such minuscule proportions it is. you return rather to the now and gaze at those engineering ships, big and small. You, the mathematician, quickly make a ridiculous comparison. Even the smallest ship among them is thousands of times larger than the infant of mankind. But you have all done it. Starting from the antiquity of antiquity, starting with the fire or a hunt, you have come all the way to today. You are immensely proud. By some mysterious mechanism, you feel this pride as if it is yours, upon which more information pours into your mind. You remember your own identity. You realize that you are the designer of that artificial satellite. And after such a long journey in subspace, you finally greet the moment of its completion with your very own eyes. Honor, wealth, family, ideals. Such vocabulary flickers elusive, hovers, dissipates, and in the end, there is left one, only one. Future. What? What did you see? Hey, respond! Hey! All present lapse into silence. A young woman to the side wails with urgency. Examine his brain. I told you we shouldn't have been so hasty. We only just set up protocol channels to database comms. This is only our first recorded successful transmission. I'm sorry. Wait, what are you saying? I mean, I never used to be too fond of your planetary engineers. I always felt your work was all styles, no substance. But I saw it. I saw your past. I shared in your past. I felt your emotions. It was like nothing else. Yes, I felt you reminisce. Like an ordinary father about your children in your home. I saw that artificial moon, astonishing as anything, and a sensation it's beyond all imagination. We've done it. Once again, everyone is silent. So, the one to break the silence is a fair young red-haired lady. How will it record our epoch? And the epochs to come? As an omnibus of idiocy, I assume, someone responds thoughtlessly. We've had quite enough of ourselves, but from here on out, none of them will ever find another excuse to embellish history. Have a little more faith in mankind, friends, says another, elderly, who simply sits down and shuffles herself into a comfortable position. Calcit. Sorry, I shouldn't say elderly in front of her. We've drawn enough lessons already. Our progeny won't be repeating our blunders. Some chuckle bitterly. It is, of course, no more than a beautiful wish. So, we've definitely succeeded. Project DWDB-221E has borne fruit so quickly. My god. With no warning, a curly-haired person springs to his feet. Are we always going to call it DWDB? Okay, whatever. I know, project numbering follows regulation format. Cold nomenclature. Just like with AMA. But our work deserves a more dignified official name. Once again, he throws out the proposal he hadn't relented on for more than half a year now. I want to call it destiny, or maybe truth of the world. AMA 10 is the name of Calcit. Oh, what, her module, is it? The ensuring silence is now an awkward one. How about the Black Crown? In terms of an intuitive visual impression of parts of its appearance, it does resemble a crown after all. Not a fan. That one sounds like some boring historical drama. In that case, the elderly woman interrupts her subordinates before they embroil themselves in yet another endless dispute. She gazes out the stars beyond the window. Some unwelcome information is arriving. But humanity will ultimately overcome this hardship, just as it has countless times before. I have a proposal. We should call it Civil Light Eterna. She gazes out at the stars beyond. Some unwelcome information is arriving, but humanity will ultimately... Why did that last line just remind me of the threat from the sky, or whatever it is they call it? This is... interesting. Okay, I admit, probably not the most descriptive I could be, but it... There's like... This just makes me feel like... I feel like the people making this are not from... Not from any... Like... Not from any civilization that we have at the moment. Like, I feel like these are people who probably don't exist anymore and probably won't be anywhere in history books. That's kind of the feeling I've got. Like, I do get the feeling that these are artifacts from before current timeline. That feeds the speculation that Terra is an artificial world. There is also that, the artificial moon, but that could also just be what the second moon is of the two. But then that trailer with what looks like a solar system, like a model of a solar system, and the third planet just happens to look more like a megastructure than in any of the other spheres, does also make me wonder if maybe that megastructure being mentioned in this is the same. Do you want to know what the the AMA project is? I'm going to wait until I find out, because apparently someone mentioned it was actually revealed in Walking Dust, so I might as well do that first, seeing as if I'm already going to be doing that anyway. That is definitely... I'm sorry, I'm just reading through this at the moment. I'm also trying to figure out, so... I understand it like that is high-level race that created Terra. Well, the funny thing is, though, unfortunately, I don't have Silver Ash. If Terra is a construct, then is the threat from the sky or threat from above or whatever it was called, is that referring to something that happened to the people living in the megastructure? Or is it referring to the planet of the people that made the megastructure, if Terra itself is a megastructure and not its own planet? Because that's all quite, at least the last time I looked it up, maybe there's more information now, but I can't really look it up because of, I don't want anything from Lone Trail that might maybe go in. Or maybe it's the reason why Maker Structure had to be made. Well, that's what I mean by, that's kind of what I mean by the concept of the threat from the sky threatened the planet that the people who built the structure were from. So maybe threat from the sky, threat from above had absolutely nothing to do with Terror itself. But Terror was made because of that threat, but the threat was somewhere else. That's one option. I would also laugh if Talos 2 actually ends up being the original world. Because in my video about it, I theorized that Talos was one of the other worlds that had been colonized perhaps by a previous civilization. So it would be fun if it turns out that it's the other way around, that Talos was the origin one. That would be quite interesting. The people talking Sky seem to be tier 2 Civ kind. Yeah. I am also somewhat confused by this. So wouldn't be type 1. Type 1 is using all the resources of your own planet. Type 2 is using all the resources of your solar system, so using the star and everything. And then it goes all the way up to type 3, which is the entire galaxy, which is a pretty steep jump from type 2 to type 3, but yeah. What are you confused about in particular? I'm wondering who's talking, the point of view. Because at first I assume, like, part of me was wondering if the crown itself is talking. But then it was the whole examine his brain. So there's a person there. Are they wearing the crown? Are they attached to the crown in some way? Does the crown appear above their head in the same way it does with Amiya? Is it like inside them in a way? Or it's just some random NPC? Well, possibly, but they seem to be doing something with them, like whatever they see. Or are they... Is the information in the crown and they need a physical person to get the information? They can't just attach it to a computer. A person has to get into it. But then there's this part though. It was what you're saying. I mean, I never used to be too fond of you planetary engineers. Hit this part here. The person that were the point of view of is not even, doesn't even seem related to the people talking to them. So it's not. It can't just be another one of this group. It can't just be another group here. Because I've never used to be fond of you planetary engineers. I always felt your work was all style, no substance. I mean, of course, that could just be because they're from a different branch of whatever this institute is, maybe. Although that also begs the question, why are planetary engineers doing this kind of research? It doesn't seem related to that kind of field, but that is interesting. So it's and also you planetary builders. So this does definitely imply that it is from a period of time where this was a thing. So obviously this is the previous civilization. You can't, there's no one on Terra now or before 0, AD or whatever it's called, that can do this. It could be like an engineer scientist and physics scientist bickering. Yeah, that's kind of one thing I'm leaning to, maybe. An item meant to guide civilization. It could be that as well. Did we see the crown on Amia's head when Petra was about to crush her skull? Yes, we did. That's why I was wondering what the connection was between the crown and our point of view. But it's always there, but invisible by normal means. Yeah. Or, well, I mean, it could also not necessarily be a physical object. It could be kind of like the stigmatas in Honkai, for example, where it was a thing, like a modification, I think like a bioengineering thing in Honkai's case, but you would then pass it down from each generation. So it might not even be a physical like item that they have around. It could be something that's in her purely because she's descended from stuff. Or maybe they did put it in her, I don't know. I don't know how that would work. As far as I know, there's nothing that says outright, at least not that I've seen just yet, as to how she's got this, or how she is Lord of Fiends, or how she has any connection to the crown, if at all. But if it's something that she just has, naturally, then it could be something that's passed down. The reason why I mentioned the stigmata thing was because in Honkai, specifically Kevin's version, was sort of like a purest thought that kept going, like, from person to person. Like, it actually kept its shit together, I guess you could say. Like, it didn't change as much as everyone else's, which is why you got the differences between the Stigmata and then Durandal, who was a bit more of like how it was supposed to be as like a functioning thing. So I'm wondering if it might be something like that, where it's passed down. It's not a physical item that you have and use. It's something that's in her purely because she's born with it. And that's just how it works. And it shows itself, it manifests physically for one way or another. I mean, it also gave the ability to read minds like the subject saw. Yeah. That's another thing. It could be tied to her magic. Maybe the reason Amia's art has that kind of thing is because of the fact that it's because of this. Which would also mean it's actually not an arts, technically, because I don't think this would count as arts, this would count as technology. Yes, thank you. So flame chasers are different to stigmatas, but my point is that the stigmatas came from that original thing. Isn't arts a type of technology, though? I'm fairly certain it's magic. You have Originium arts, which uses technology, but I feel like it's just a natural thing, isn't it? But yeah, so the flame chasers had the actual thing. They had the fusions from I forgot what they were called now, the Hershers. But then as generations went on, it became like a genetic thing. So that's why only some people had the stigmatas. because it came from that, but it was so broken. But Kevin's line maintained its original form, its original purpose. So that's why Durandal kept that in the same way. But so that's what I meant by that sort of thing, where this is something that's passed down, but like properly, not in the same way that the stigmatas were, not in a broken way that kept mixing up with genes. This was something that stayed properly, it stayed true to itself. Which would be interesting. And that's kind of interesting, because if it is... Because with its link to memories, and with it being Civil Light Eterna, and as someone mentioned, possibly it being there to guide civilization, this could pretty much be the information equivalent of an arc. So... And I know I just said that, knowing that the translation into English for Arknights is technically tomorrow's arc, but which does make me wonder. But if it does guide civilization, this could have been a last-ditch attempt. If civilization was dying, for example, or getting destroyed from some sort of threat, it could be something to record history, record what happened, what went well, what went wrong, and how to do things. Maybe it contains information on how to, you know, make the things that made everything possible, but with the knowledge of what happened with it. You know, the whole idea of if you could do something again, but differently, what would you change? Well, this could be it. The chance to start over with information and knowing how it went the first time around. These people also talked about how their progenitors wouldn't repeat their mistakes. Yeah, that's the thing, because it has the prior context. You have the information, and then you also know what they did wrong so that you could do something different. Arknights gives a similar vibe to One Piece in the way that it's written. The story is set very early on, and the story will get just... It also makes sense why Amiya adapts quickly and learn from her mistakes faster. True. You could look at the Chinese version of the module. It's a little different. Oh, maybe, yeah. Advanced tech can reach a point where it can be indistinguishable from magic. Well, that is true. To be fair, the use of arts, while it is a natural thing, could still be some sort of bioengineering. Because from what I can tell, arts is something that people can do naturally in this world. The difference that sets you apart is more so how much you learn to do it, and what inhibitors and... not inhibitors, what amplifiers and such you use. Amplifiers, conduits, and stuff like that. So that could be... there could be a case there that... originally it might have been some science, it might have been a biological, you know, I've forgotten what it's called, the bioengineering. There's a term for it that people do. I've forgotten it. But, you know, it could be something like that, and it's a holdover from that time. But because, as a society, you grew up with this just being a thing that you can do, with no prior knowledge of it, how it was created... well, it's just a natural part of you. So, you know, it's not as... well, it's a science, but not a science in like that kind of way. Lifanian casters. I want an infected person as a wand. Oh, that's going to piss me off so much if I start seeing that in a story. If I do come across Lifanian and it's going to be literally like someone with just some poor sap of a person that they're just using... like, that is going to annoy me so much, and I don't know how I'm going to be able to deal with that storyline. What do you mean in that kind of way, science is science? So, there's two kind... well, there's not two kinds of science, there's loads of sciences, but my point is, there's a difference between doing something because you've made it that way, and doing something because it's natural. unfortunately, we don't really have a real world equivalent, but so the idea of being as in having magic because you've altered your genes in a way that allows you to do magic, that's a science of something that you have done to yourself. You're not born with that ability, or you weren't originally. That's something that you have done as a science initiative to do. But then there's things that you naturally do. We naturally run, we naturally throw. It, you know, are physical things. No, you know, no science, as in human-made science, has made that. That's something that we do naturally. It's something we do instinctively. To the people of Terra, arts is something you can do instinctively. It's something you can learn to do. It's something that anyone has the ability to do. But then, so you don't question it. It's something that is the case. It's not science in the sense of man-made. It's not science in the sense of we've learned how to manipulate it. On the other hand, the conduits, the amplifiers, the Originium arts, those are a science. Those are things that you have learned to use to make better. A real-world equivalent can be comparing a volcano eruption to a bomb explosion. True, yeah. In that case, it's a little bit different because you're looking beyond two different sources. You know, one's human, one's a thing. That's why I said there isn't really a real-world example I can give, because there isn't anything we have done to ourselves that really changes it. We have made glow-in-the-dark sheep with jellyfish DNA. Well, yeah, there's that. So, for example, if we did that to ourselves, made ourselves glow in the dark, that's an example of a science being done to change how we do things, as opposed to being able to naturally do something. That's basically what I mean. So, but then, say, for example, our society collapses, and so the people afterwards, you know, they're just born with glow-in-the-dark skin. They have no history behind it. They don't know anything. As far as they know, it's just something they're born with. Well, they wouldn't consider that something man-made and developed. It's just something that they can do. That's basically the point I'm making. Arts is a natural thing. If I remember correctly, using arts without a unit is possible, but significantly weaker. That's what I've been told. That's why I'm going on the basis that arts is something that you can do naturally. And the science behind arts is more so how to make it stronger. That's basically what I mean by it. So, as far as the people of Terra are concerned, it's just a natural thing. It's a natural part of their lives. It's a natural part of their body. But it'll be interesting if it turns out that it wasn't originally, that it was something that was modified. That's kind of the idea. So it's like, it's the different types of sciences is kind of what I mean. Thank you for having these little short discussions and theorizing. It's rather fun to do. Yeah. I really like it. I think this game is also really good with it. Like, there's a lot in this game that you can... There's a lot, like, even when they have short bits of story, like, I'm talking even shorter than this, like those 1 or 2 lines you get from the wiki page, you can still glean a lot of information that you can then think of, oh, how would that work? How would this do that? So it's quite... There's honestly a lot in this game that I really like about in that regards. Like the item descriptions in inventory. Oh, yes. Speaking of which, it's been a while since I've looked at these, and I haven't ever done it in person, so I kind of want to look at some stuff. I know of this one. I've already seen this one. Like I liked this. I thought this was a really interesting thing. Like, it was in the past, it was used as a conductive element. Fair enough. Since been used to store credit value. Fair enough. This is the opposite of how gold is, by the way. You see, gold was originally made to have a value. It was a trading resource, a currency, and, you know, jewelry, all of which are value things, and then became a technological thing because of its conductive abilities. But Orundum is the other way around. So I like this little detail that you just have this sort of thing where you can clearly see that this is basically gold, but in reverse. It's gone from a technological piece to a currency, to a thing that gathers wealth. On the other hand, it's the but it's those things that are interesting. Wait, is Amugard's and Caster token description different? Oh, I do not know. Let me have a look. Amia's token. You will understand my choice one day. Forgive me. Oh, I remember reading that before and I thought, huh? What is going to happen? Please no. Let's have a look at the other one. I do also wonder what the text says and the language and all that, what this relates to. Like, is there a language? Have we seen this writing in Arknights? Is it like on walls somewhere? Is it how people write? Like how in Genshin they have like the different, you know, different written language? Or is it more ancient? Is it something that you see in tombs as opposed to nowadays? It's the same? Yeah, it's the same. IS3 and IS4 have its own language. What do you mean IS4? Do you mean 2 and 3? My guess is this is the language of terror, or languages. IS4 is CN only currently. Oh, it's already out. I didn't realize it was already out in China. I thought it was still, you know, being done. Let me have a look at stuff. So I think I updated some things. No, I didn't. IS3 is Mizuki and IS4 is the Finland. Oh, Lapland. Or is that something else? Someone did mention it could be Sarkaz language. That would be interesting. It would also make sense considering the link to Lord of Fiends. Want to read Calcit module from Ace Ship? Let me see. Oh, the snow area. Oh, so when you say Finland, you mean like actually like location based? Okay. All right, characters, image. No, that's gallery, menu, leveling, material not usage, recruitment, menu, operator, enemy, infrastructure, skill, materials, middle list. Where's the... Let's go with operator. Operator? Oh, okay. And... Oh, you just see it. Oh, okay. It's just the thing. Okay, so Calcit. Infrastructure, skills, ease, tax. Profile? Nope, there's archives. Operational records. On the left side of her image art. I only see... Oh, there it is. I've got it. It was on the right, the information. I'd say on the left had the profile. Show us the screen. It's fine. I will show the screen anyway. I just, make... There we go. Is it in view? Yes, it is in view. Okay, I don't have to change anything. Nice. Okay, let's see what this is then. I'm just going to go over here. And that is it. Yeah, it looks like it. So, monster but with a 2, which is different to monster with a 3. So I'm assuming that means there's different variations, or different models. So I wonder if that means there's a monster with a 1 somewhere. Okay, anyway. Because I think we have monster with a 3, don't we? Or is monster with the 1 what we have? No, it's monster with a 3, isn't it? Anyway. Sand circles above, rather. In the rays of light, no longer can she trust anything before her. Voices call to her. Souls lift her hide-wrought bag. Turn her dazedness to weariness. She sees a land without limit. A land rich with life. One second, let me do something here. Okay. Does that still... Okay, good. She feels something tightly grip her hand. She looks back, and in the haze of memory fumbles for her own name. Calcit. Oh, she... Yeah, so for a moment she didn't know who she was called. Interesting. She knows she was born into these ruins of civilization, bearing a calling. But there is no one to shine a light on what is to come for her. Ultimately, she cannot live free from this calling. It is akin to taking a meal or sleeping. She begins to walk upon the lost dust, a walk in dust, carefully sorting through her myriad years of memories and knowledge. She sees a new nation rise from yet more ruins. She recalls how the result of her abandonment was deposed royalty. She sees fresh, novel flags howl atop the blood-soaked battlefield. She recalls how both sides of the war united against a common enemy in those ancient times. I mean, that can mean anything from Gaul to a previous civilization, so I don't know what that means. She sees a forest, yet thinks of barrens, gazes on mountains, yet recollects lakes. She walks through rivers. She walks through the river that is time, picking up stones while the eras surge. Parting around her, rushing forward on. I'm sorry, how old is she? Did she basically just look at a mountain and said, there used to be a lake here? That would... Because if that's the case, we're talking a good few million years. Well, then again, we don't really know what kind of shaping this place does. But she is immutable. She has no past, and no future either. It takes her a deal of time before she has her thoughts reorganized. She remembers the last death. Ah, I see. Snake 2 Electric Boogaloo. The years stretching long enough to see the form of life itself change. Still, she never thought death would be so fast. Some things are changing at this very moment. lives flourish without rhyme or reason, and the land morphs and fluctuates. Man-made machines operate with a rumble, the radiance of originium energy shining into the umbra. I was about to say umbrella. In the dark, the people struggle, yearning for the light, scoring shadow in the age of brilliance. On and on. Her countenance is concealed by the flurry of grit stirred by nomadic cities, and she feels anxious to the depth of her heart. Aren't we getting into spoiler for this arc? Possibly, but like with the videos and such, as long as I don't have context, I won't know what's a spoiler and what isn't. So as long as you don't say, oh yeah, this is referring to, I'm not going to know. Does the will that hid the stars behind the full sky still watch the surface recur in its rise and fall? Oh. Does this possibly imply that those who made the full sky are still around elsewhere? Oh, well, I suppose this one's questioning it, so it's got the same question I have. How long until the Terrans, so proud of their thriving civilizations, personally sends those same civilizations into the ice-cold void to join countless lost lives? Well, I mean, whatever is out there has been killed then. She clearly knows that they've lost a lot out there. But, I mean, technically that answer is in a few months' time when Lone Trail comes out, because don't they send a rocket up, if I remember correctly? Time is running short. This is what Countess tells herself. She has fallen to blaming herself. She has wasted too much time, and at so many moments barely averted the self-destruction of terror. Barely led them to a safe place to develop. It has exhausted her, drained her. She is no omnipotent being, and yet she tasks herself with tending to the entire world. Her calling was never a fair one. She has to hurry. She has to do whatever it takes. Her gaze comes to rest on the shattered Casdell. Oh, this is quite recent then. Well, not recent, but interesting. So where she's quote-unquote woken up isn't actually that long ago. But I guess she's been doing this for a long time in some form or another, maybe. It is far from the first time she's touched on the legend of the Lord of Fiends. In the boundless years, more than once, she has thoughts of retrieving and exploiting this ancient force. She cannot help but stifle her memories of the Tikaz. To make an effort not to long for the bygone days where Originium had not yet moulded life into its present form. And not to commemorate a possibility that has long since vanished. Casdell got shattered multiple times. True, to be fair. So this could either be as recent as the previous Civil War, or maybe as long as ages ago. Have you heard Calcit's song? If it's one of the EPs, then yes, I've watched all of the EPs up till recent. I can't tell you which VOD it will be though. It'll be one of the EP videos. Immutable. Oh, maybe not. I can't remember it being called Immutable, so I'll have to double check. You heard it? Oh, okay. I know of one, and it has like Latin parts in it. Like the something Rosa, but that might be a different one. Yeah, maybe this is that one. Okay, nice. Maybe this time it's time she made up her mind. Fun fact, if humans didn't suffer from any biological damage or limits like aging, our memory could reach up to 500 years. Damn. Bloody oxygen getting in the way of us living 500 years. Because that is what aging is. It's oxygen fatigue, to an extent. Also, my chair keeps sinking, so if my model is dipping down a bit, that's probably why. I am getting a new chair, though. Mission Sombrosa, Concealed Umbra. Yes, that's right. Okay, so anyway. So this was your previous journey, Calcit. It stretches longer than the fragment you've seen. Thousands and thousands of times longer. Okay, I feel like this is during the Arknights era. I don't know how long Sarkaz lived for, but it would have to be for as long as Teresa's been around. So, at the very least, this part of Calcit we've seen is only as long as the beginning of that part of it. Obviously, she's been doing this longer and longer. But perhaps it's only now we truly understood you, my enemy. I feel the same, King of Sarkaz. My enemy? Yeah, there we go. Why are you... Wait, no, hang on. I thought they're talking to... Yeah, how long is your previous journey? Count it. Okay, that's Teresa talking. It stretches longer than the fragment you've seen, thousands and thousands of times longer. Teresa. Then Teresa says, but perhaps it's only now I've truly understood you, my enemy. Okay, so funny. I'm guessing... Oh, so this is cutting. Okay. So maybe this entire bit was her explaining it to Teresa, and then this part of it is, well, not here and now, but here and now of the story, of this part of the story. So this whole bit was her talking about, you know, her previous stuff. And then this is going, so this is what your journey was like. But what I'm confused about is this bit, my enemy. Because if this part is more recent, why is she referring to her as an enemy? And Calcit certainly didn't seem to act as if Teresa was an enemy by the time she died. My assumption would be... Find out more in the next arc. Yeah, probably, I guess. I get the feeling that from what I'm getting is either this is after they met, so, you know, they clearly know each other by name, but before the events of Arknights, as in before what we see of Arknights, with Calcit already being there. This is before they became good friends. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. So, at this point in time, she's in Kazdel. She's met with Teresa, obviously. But for whatever reason, they were either on different sides, or Teresa assumed she was an enemy, or something along those lines. And then some point after this is where they're working together, they build Babel, and then the events of Arknights happen. That's my assumption anyway. So this is sort of like the in-between period of her her coming to Kazdel and then being friends with Teresa. Because the alternative is a little bit more concerning. The alternative would be that Yeah, because the alternative would be that they considered each other enemies towards the end, which would then make me feel very confused as to why she would be angry at us killing Teresa, unless a decision had been made between Calcit and the Doctor that was against Teresa and the Sarkaz and all that, but didn't intend on killing her, and that's just something that happened with the Doctor. So it was something that maybe was a betrayal or was it going against her, which makes them enemies, but it wasn't something that they did just for the sake of it. That's two versions of what could happen. Either this is before the events of Dark Knights when they were already friends, or this is before Teresa died and there's some complicated back and forth. At the moment, I'm going to assume it's before Dark Knights. That's my assumption. Time to read Rosamontes' file while you're there. Yeah, true. Because Calcit literally shared her burden with Teresa according to this. Yeah. So at the very least, it means from the beginning of the Babel, they knew what Calcit was planning. This does make me worried about Calcit using Rhode Island for her own goals, which, I mean, fair enough. Obviously, she's talking about saving the world pretty much, which is a good thing, and it aligns with what Rhode Island is doing anyway. But it does make me worried to what extent would that go. Because she's nice to Amir, she seems to care, but if the extent of her care only goes as far as to the Lord of Fiends and the crown and what it means and all that, that is what makes me concerned. I feel like she's not like that. I feel like she probably does care enough about all the people that she wouldn't just do a sacrifice one for all kind of thing necessarily, but it does kind of concern me as to what point do these things get in the way of her goals and how would she deal with that. Because this could be anything from Merlin and Arthur to... actually, Merlin and Arthur is a relatively good analogy. Huh. I'll put a pin in that. It could be anything from that to something a bit more insidious. Well, not insidious, but you know, a bit more like means to an end kind of thing. That's just the thing that I'm worried about. I'm hoping it leans more towards Merlin and Arthur, just because I think that would probably be a little bit better. And Doctor of the Lake. Honestly, if we were to go with the analogy of King Arthur, I would actually argue that the Doctor would be Morgan Le Fay to an extent, or rather the original Morgan Le Fay before she was considered nothing but a villain. Originally, she wasn't a villain, she was just a pagan and a witch and helped Arthur in some cases, but was still also, you know, kind of against all like the Christianity and stuff because she was a pagan, and so it's sort of a more grey area. That's kind of something that would be an interesting thing. I might actually look into that, see if there is much of a link between the stat story and this, because if there is, that's going to be quite interesting. There probably isn't enough of a link to make a video of it, but I'll see. But I just thought about that now. Like, it's a sudden thought of Calcit as like a Merlin figure, a mental figure that's raising Arthur because he will be king of England and save England and all that sort of stuff, versus Calcit raising Amir and helping because, you know, she believes that Amir would be what helps, or rather what's in Amir, the Lord of Fiends and all that. That would be quite an interesting analogy to go with. But yeah, I thought it was a really cool analogy of Tallulah versus Amir as hero and versus Demon King. Yeah, that's gonna be something that I'll look into then. Because if there is something I can get out of that, I feel like that'd be a very interesting topic to look into. See if there is much of a literary reference between them. Hi, I'm late. Have you read Amia's module? Yes, I'm afraid I have. I've also read Calcit's module on the website. But that's fine. It'll be on the VOD afterwards. That's the module bit. I'll look into that in a moment. Okay, so let's have a look at this. Recruitment contract. Her equipment's not on her. No need to worry about her remembering. You ate her snacks yesterday, probably. That's in a contract? What an informal contract. Rosmontis, Rhode Island elite operator, pushes open your office door by hand. I'm assuming that implies that these doors are automatic, but she just does it by hand or something. Okay, token. A plant specimen delicately made, yet still very amateur. She hopes with all her heart that you can help her remember this. Used to improve the potential of Rosmontis. I could have swore I've seen her holding a... I could have swore I've seen her holding a plant, but maybe I'm just going crazy. I swore I've seen her like hold a plant pot, but maybe I'm just thinking of someone else, or it's just gone into my mind. Maybe I just pictured it vividly enough to think, oh, maybe it's something I've actually seen. Probably in EP. Oh, maybe. Basic file. So, Rosmontis, female, a year's worth of combat experience. She does a fucking lot of damage for only a year's worth of experience. Colombia, yep. I definitely give her a lot more of a posher accent compared to what she probably sounds like. It'll be funny if it turns out she has like a southern drawl kind of voice in the same way that all the other Colombian characters in the recent trailers seem to have. That I can't imagine that accent, but American. Like, I honestly can't imagine her with a draw or anything like that, but it would be funny. You can listen to a VA there too. Oh, interesting. I might actually do that in a moment before reading everything else. Feline, yep. I mean, the Shield Guard has said it enough times. If you can't tell she's a feline, I don't know what to tell you. 142 centimeters, small. Infection status, crystals have appeared on her body. Infection confirmed by medical examination. I mean, if they've appeared on her body, you don't really need much of a medical examination. A visible... so yeah, is it physical exam, normal, standard, excellent, mobile, outstanding, tactical acumen, standard, combat skill, normal, standard. Really? Really? Leveling entire buildings is standard? I mean, I don't know what to tell you, but she's one of the higher end of the elite operators. Her attacks are so powerful, they're probably going to get censored in the anime. Like, I don't know what to tell you, but I feel like this isn't normal standard. Physical combat, I suppose. Originium arts simulation, outstanding. Okay, then maybe that's what they're referring to there. Maybe that's the outstanding part of it. Standard issue Wrecking Ball. Yeah, I was about to say, she's about as standard as demolition grade TNT. I suppose it is a physical exam, so maybe that's the case. Before I read into the rest, I'll go into the audio bit. Pointing it as an assistant. Oh, there's these stuff as well. Okay. I thought there was going to be English. For some reason, when people were saying to look at the audio while I was talking about accents, I thought it was because there was an EN language to go off, but I guess not. Okay, I'll read those bits later then. So I'll read these bits first. No in yet. Go for Japanese since it's cuter. Yeah, I've heard the Japanese voice a few times when playing the mission that has her with the shield guards. Rhode Island's elite operator Osmontis possesses a high aptitude for a rare form of Originium art, particularly adept at confronting large creatures, destroying hard objectives, immobilizing facilities under emergency, and putting a stop to small-scale skirmishes. She is basically the human equivalent of a bunker buster. She is a Moab. She is the more powerful version of a squash head shell. If you've got a physical thing, you don't have the physical thing anymore. Check, it's falling. I suppose she actually is a bunker buster when you think about it. She does blow up the... she destroys buildings with people in it. She doesn't need line of sight on any of the enemies. She is actually a bunker buster. She does kind of act in the same way that a squash head shell would basically just destroy a building. Or, again, like a bunker buster bomb. Calcit did say she leveled a whole lab. Yeah... I mean, yeah. Okay, clinical analysis. Imaging tests shown the outlines of some of her internal organs to be indistinct due to abnormal shadows. Originium granules have been detected in her circulatory system. There are signs of oropathy infection. So, 1%. 0.13... is that supposed to be like particulates per litre or something? I can't remember what the U meant. Trust Talk 1. Okay. I'll look at that in a moment. Atomic unit, U, is always fun to see here. 1 proton neutron per litre. But that actually... That can't be, really. Surely not. No, there wouldn't be. Units per litre. Okay, yeah, that would make more sense. I was going to say, if it was atomic particles, like, A, that wouldn't make sense. Why would you have an atomic particle? Like, a proton and a neutron would basically just be hydrogen. But... It's very similar to blood alcohol content. Which, to be honest with you, the way they do treat Originium, while they do talk about it as an infection, the way they treat it scientifically does seem more like a poison or a toxin than an actual infection. Like, yeah, you get infected, but even then, you don't really get infected. It doesn't spread from people. It spreads from... inhalation. It spreads from cuts and physical touch, because people can't transfer it. Some people can if they breathe out Originium dust, and obviously when they die and it breaks apart and it turns into dust, but that's still inhaling dust. Or blood transfer, yeah, but all of that is still more akin to a poison. I think the main thing that counts as an infection, as opposed to it just being a poison or a toxin, is the fact that it spreads. I think that's the only reason why, really, it's an infection. Because of the fact that it self-replicates. I think that's probably the main thing. Because removing that self-replication, you basically just have a toxin. That's all you've really got. So, like, you're talking about how much toxin's in the body, you're talking about the damage the toxin does to the body. It can only be transferred by having it put into your body. And I think the thing... Kissing an infected spreads oropathy? Apparently not. I think acute oropathy, I think I've been told people with acute oropathy can transfer it, but that's because they give off originium dust, which I can only assume means they have originium in their lungs. If you were to be able to exhale originium, it means it has to be in your circulatory system, not circulatory system, your respiration system, because that's how spreading something by cough works. It's in your lungs. So if that is the case for people with acute oropathy breathing out the dust, I can see your things that you're showing up in chat. If that is a case where they do come out, then that's the thing. But yeah, that's pretty much what I can really say. Like, it doesn't seem like you can transfer it in any normal infection way. The only sort of transfer that I can see that is kind of infection related would be blood, because that is kind of like, you know, blood infections and stuff like that. But it's just an interesting thing. Like, I do think if it weren't for the self-replication, it would be more like a poison. But then if it wasn't self-replicating, it wouldn't be anywhere near as bad as it was. Like, you know, it would just be a workplace hazard. It would be nothing else. It's the fact that it replicates is the problem. But anyway, I digress. Most currently known internal organ crystallization and originium hyperplasia originate from localized lesions caused by the accumulation of originium particles in the bloodstream. Yes. Oh, yes, Touch. Your hypothesis is more or less on point. Okay, so Touch is a person. Probably from Salviento as well. This particular subject can perhaps be called an infected, but it's hard to say if this is oropathy. No? Elite medic, you play nice. Oh, okay, interesting. The infected organ located in a brainstem isn't natural. That's right, it was an artificial implant. Having referenced Radian's inspection report, we can say for certain that this device is unmistakably artificial in nature. If, just like this particular subject, Spectre's infection was artificially induced, leaving aside the question of how Spectre's immune system is able to fight her originium infection so fiercely, the liquid originium density in Spectre's cerebrospinal fluid has already reached such a high level that her life is undeniably in danger. And we have to resort to all kinds of measures to prevent the situation from getting far worse as we could. This is still Rosmontis, isn't it? Yeah, it is Rosmontis. It's like they just suddenly started talking about someone else. Why are they starting talking about Spectre? From nature. Oh, I've lost where I am now. Actually, let's take a look at the experiment that was performed. Okay, let's look at the experiment that was performed on this particular individual. One of the objectives of this experiment was to figure out how to contain the originium infection and the negative effects it would produce. It produces, rather. And they managed to pull it off, albeit only temporarily. From the project's inception, their plan was to create an individual who is not afflicted by oropathy, but is nonetheless uninfected. A caster who doesn't need an arts unit. A master of originium arts who does not need to be trained in its theory. Her infected organs do not exacerbate the originium density in a body in any way, in a certain sense, this individual is as good as not infected. With her life function still in perfect order, should we really remove this artificial organ? The organ that lets her breathe and swallow, and lets her blood flow normally. I'm afraid we haven't met that requirement. No one has. This experiment is likely impossible to reproduce in a short term, and we are supposed to reverse its results to return her body composition to normal. The Loken water tank laboratory is a shambles. The little research data they had were all wiped out as well. Oh, so this was the laboratory they were referring to. And for some reason, I thought it was Rhinelab that did it. I don't know why. But so water tank were the group that did it. We will never know whether the data was destroyed or successfully retrieved by its sponsor. Well, hopefully destroyed completely. The lab's actual proprietor would prefer to keep news of the scandal under wraps. The technological companies looking to thrive in the wake of Loken Water Tank's downfall are likely a dime a dozen. And who knows how many spies there are in the Colombian cities. Loken Williams was a genius, but his ignorance and apathy led to the deaths of many, including his own, in the very end. Poetic justice, no doubt. The Marylander Child Rights Protection Foundation's rescue of the individual from the laboratory ruins and their subsequent exfiltration from the country were the result of the hands of the Colombian companies and interest groups. If the research conducted at Loken was allowed to continue to ferment, it would only result in further instability. This will not be tolerated. They will not allow it. They would rather pretend it happened. Pretend it happened in the first place. Skipped a line. Where? I read that bit. Okay, poetic justice, no doubt. Around the child rights, rescued an individual from the laboratory ruins and their subsequent exfiltration. Yeah, I read that bit. After boards of careful deliberation. Yeah, they were intent. I read Marylander. The Marylander Child Rights Protection Foundation rescue of the individual from the laboratory ruins. I read that bit. After the successful infiltration. Successful infiltration from the country were the result of the board's careful deliberation. They were intent on keeping Loken's research results out of the hands of the Colombian companies and interest groups. There it is. Right, I somehow dropped down. I think I read the board careful deliberation of Colombian companies and interest groups. I think that's what happened. I sort of read downwards somehow. If the research conducted at Loken were to continue to ferment, it would only result in further instability. This will not be tolerated. They will not allow it. They would rather pretend it happened in the first place. I assume they mean pretend it never happened in the first place, or just... I don't know. I still don't think... No, I definitely didn't... I don't know. In the end, the girl ended up under my care. Perhaps by fate. Or perhaps because... along with Loken's mentor, I was the one who ended Loken's life as an oropathy researcher in Colombian academia. But we both knew it in our hearts that he wasn't going to be stopped by that. It was nowhere close to enough to stop someone who would claim the lives of everyone who walks upon this land for his own benefit. With this, our cooperation with Maylander came to an end. This would be the final mission ever to be sanctioned by them and carried out in secret by us. This individual, the experimental subject, will forever disappear from Colombia's records. Maylander, I don't know why I said Marylander. Maylander doesn't care if she lives or dies. What happens to her from here onwards is up to us. But what... but what would... Yeah, what would her treatment, the removal of this artificial organ, entail? The damage the device does not... The damage this system has on her system... The damage this has on her system, not this system has on her system, may be minimal. Oh, of course it is. Of course it is. Of course it's you. Of course it's you. I was thinking this sounds like Calcit. Of course it fucking is. That explains why it's such a long... The device does not have a replacement function. It had never crossed their minds to implement such a function. The device was already become a part of the individual. They turned her arts unit into her life source. I don't have the right to ask her to give up her own life. However, ethics is a matter between you and me, not Rhode Island. Where is the thing? Also, I like how... So, the Maylander Child Rights Protection Foundation popped into existence, helped Rhode Island rescue her, and then... Where did it say? There it is. The final mission ever sanctioned by them. Like, do they just appear, save her, disappear? Like, was this foundation basically just made purely so that they had an excuse to save her? Or, you know, like a not an excuse, you know what I mean, as in like an official status, basically. No, they just never worked with him again. Okay, it's just the way it was written kind of made it sound as if the company itself then, the foundation itself then closed, like it was a front. It's a known organization? Oh, okay. But it's still also just the way they... But even then, though, the way they just sort of appear to save her and then leave, and they don't... Like, this sort of thing, you know, experiments on children. Let's think about this for a moment. Well, let's not think about experimenting on children, but let's think about the circumstances around it. If a company was caught experimenting on human children, obviously these foundations would come into effect. Government foresight would come in, crack down, practically destroy the corporation involved. Like, there would be nothing left of that group. But then it would be a massive thing. There would be legal issues. There'd be news reports. It would be leaked everywhere. This sort of thing you do not... This sort of thing is something that you just would not easily be able to hide. Well, at least a foundation, a normal child protection foundation wouldn't hide, is basically the point I'm making. But the fact that they did it in secret, they got her out of the country in secret and then buried the whole thing. As far as they're aware, more of these experiments could be happening. But that's not an issue to them, because by the looks of it, it seems as if they don't actually care. Because a normal foundation like this absolutely would not, unless they actually made sure to destroy Loken entirely first. I suppose they could, but it could just be a PR front. I'm more leaning to the idea of them being more of a PR thing. Marilana doesn't care if she lives or dies. That's the other thing. Like their existence in this cooperation rather, is purely to just get her out and out of sight. Not to... Like, they save her, but only because it's the easiest way of stopping it. But it seems more like it's kind of a front for that. Mayland is a publicly human rights NGO focused on exposing unethical science practices, which is understandable. It's just the point that, well, I'd feel like this entire storyline is something that you would absolutely expose. But the fact that they're doing it so quietly is the thing that concerns me about it. Oh, fucking Christ. Okay, that's not as long. How much of this is there? Oh, God. Or Big Brother has their finger in the pie and didn't like their tampered with. True. Although, yeah, I guess that's the case. They probably still want to continue that research, but Water Tank probably just got a bit too loud. It would risk them exposing everyone, including the government, so they let them get destroyed, I'm guessing. I suggest you read up on Ryan Lab's event before Lone Trail. Oh yeah, I will. I unfortunately skipped out on the Dorothy? The the last one they did, but it's because I didn't get to it in the end, but I will be looking at the story and all that. Dorothy's Vision, yes. A manga stream of Ryan Lab would be nice too. I mean, I suppose. Would you guys be interested in me reading a manga live though? I mean, I suppose technically right now I'm just reading prose fiction, so I suppose it's not that different, but I suppose I could do that at some point. And I guess it's the manga itself is free. It's online, so it's not it wouldn't be breaking any copyright if I just read it. Anyway, let's see. I'll probably read up the rest of Rosmontis' files because it's quite interesting, but then I might kind of just leave that there. Depends on how we go. We've already put together a two-way comparison table. Yeah, she is exactly as she looks. Just a little feline girl. There isn't very much we can say about that. However, her art... Well, we've stopped holding the tests indoors already, but the data we got from the tests before explains a lot. I guess it's not a good idea to talk theories here. I mean, I don't really understand theories myself. The theoretical casters are always talking about stuff like perception reversal and thought impetus. It seems to have to do with cognitive science and neurology, and things I'm bound to never understand. See, this is the thing that I like about arts. It really is a science to them because it's something that they are born with and they do. I just love this, that they do talk about arts as a science. Even if it's a very advanced science that not everyone understands, but still. Let's just talk about her arts performance. Right, I mean, there's quite a lot that's classified, and this information is just here to give you the gist. Some of us have started to call her art her spiritual entity. After all, this is a very fitting and convenient way to describe it. Her art can stretch into a wide net that can detect the movements of objects within its range. The net covers a huge area, and most people are unaware of her touch. Her arts can also be used on just a single individual. I suppose it's like a big hand. I've tried asking her to keep her arts range to the smallest area possible, but even then, she can only manage to shrink it down to a few square meters. I'm guessing that's because she's trying to grip her target. Aside from that, it doesn't seem she can use this power on the inside of her target. Even when we gave her a transparent picture with its innards clearly visible, she can only make the picture burst from the inside, or she couldn't make it burst from the inside. All she could do was squeeze it from the outside. This looks even more like a flexible, malleable force exerting entity. Right, that makes sense. The way they were explaining it in Chapter 8 does really lead to this. Or was it Chapter 7? It might have been Chapter 7. Yeah, it was Chapter 7 because it was before we faced Patriot. During the test process, still going by that hand and grip imagery, we surmised she's able to use at most 4 of those large shapeless hands of hers when her concentration is at its peak. It seems the test results were measured based on her arts' ability and deep water testing. Both her speed and strength measurements go to show that there is tremendous power hiding in her arts, yet we aren't even able to detect any signs of her using her arts before they break something. It really does feel like Elfin Lade, actually. Why just 4? And why are they all shapeless hands? Is that how she imagines them? Indeed, when we were examining the deformation of her target structures, we can't help but think some of the bumps might be the gaps between her fingers. And whatever there was and whenever there was a considerable temperature difference, she would also seem to get frostbite or burns when she uses her arts. Neurally speaking, at least, there weren't any apparent symptoms. She would just say it's cold or it hurts, and based on her cerebral cortex activity, it's true. The voice in the recording gets softer. I heard an explanation that's kind of out there, even scary. They say her brother still lives within her, and her arts are like her brother reaching out its hands, either hugging the land or pounding it with force. I have no idea who was the first person to say that. It's unsettling. Well, I don't like that bit. I could have gone without that bit. I also don't remember any record of a brother. That's kind of upsetting. If that's the case, does that mean he was also experimented on, or is it just a spiritual thing? Okay, file 2. It's been a while since the patient Maylander sent us began her training. I have no idea if this is Calcit or Outcast's idea. Which one was Outcast? But there's no doubt she's got better thanks to this. She's not like the other experimentation victims I've seen. They're either always screaming their lungs out, or they've already lost their ability to live and take care of themselves. Outcast elite operator you will learn about later. Okay. They're always just curled up in their vessels, trembling. My first impression is that she is from a middle-class family and has received a certain amount of education, but when her mental state is unstable, the destruction she wreaks on the ship sure is a terrifying sight to behold. She fears laboratories, she hates medical equipment, understandable, and even though our equipment is already several times hardier than normal armor, she even managed to lift one up into the air and crushed it into a ball about the size of a fist. Fucking Christ. I'm imagining like a big piece of equipment, that's why it's staggering me a bit. I suppose if it wasn't for Logos, all of us would have long been dead several times over. But thanks to that, we now have a pretty good picture of what kind of life she lived. Okay, so Mansfield, RL Manga, Tool Records, Dorothy Vision, Lone Trail. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Maybe someone put that in the Discord so I can see it. Cassie has recently requested engineering to renovate some of the laboratories and rehab sick rooms. Not skin rooms, that would be creepy. I also took the opportunity to replace some of the equipment of the testing facility to give them a more comfortable, warmer feel. That's good. I think more like pediatric places should do that sort of thing as well. Because I remember as a kid having going to a place when I was feeling ill, and it was quite... Ugh. And now she doesn't make quite as much of a scene. Trying to talk to her about what's right or wrong isn't going to do us much good. She's a very sensible kid to begin with. She demonstrates a kind of mental sickness not dissimilar to memory loss. Sometimes she even forgets her professional knowledge. Nonetheless, we found that reinforcing her knowledge bit by bit is effective. Touch speculates that she hasn't actually forgotten, she's merely sealed her memories. Well, that kind of makes sense as well. A coping mechanism is to, what's it called? Repressive memories? Where you basically block them out. Traumatic sealing, yeah, that's another word for it. We think this might have to do with the device in her brain, or perhaps this is the results that she wanted and her arts helped her achieve that. By the way, Touch is a medic too. Yeah, someone mentioned before, I asked who Touch... Well, I said I assumed Touch is an operator, and then made a Salviental joke because Touch is just another random word. Her arts definitely isn't as simple as kind of telekinesis. Her past torments her, rather. And that's why she's trying to erase her memories. But she also isn't able to control the strong, unorderly emotions left over. Well, I'm hoping that Chapter 8 kind of helped with that, because it did seem like it did help with that a little bit. It seemed like she was kind of understanding some of the principles that this is describing. It's a mess. Then she gets upset that she's forgotten again, and gets anxious and confused because of that. She gets distressed for her not meeting our expectations, even though we'd be more than willing to cheer her on and help her. She will still blame herself. At the very least, it's not possible for us to retrace her participation in the experiment. She has practically dug her entire brain out. Oof. And it's a violent way to go about it, almost like she sealed herself away. Her amnesiac symptoms might even be side effects of this behavior. Her cognitive ability is being exhausted by herself relentlessly. My guess is her artificial organ is using it up to deal with her ongoing stress. I like to believe some of the reunion and shield guards also influenced her growth. Oh, they definitely did. I think it was definitely the way that, I think it was the fact that she sort of took on the responsibility for people outside of her own group and worked with them that weren't even, outside of her own group, but outside of the entire company, everything she knows. I think that helped her see things, because she also said that she understood what some of the people were talking about. And it took that time working with the shield guards to realize. I think she needs a recorder. I don't know why my mind went to the flutes that you used to get in school instead of like an actual recording device. I mean, okay, I know she's like 12 or whatever, but please don't give her a recorder. Have you heard people with the recorder? Yeah, I get it was... I realized immediately after it was a recording device. It's just where it says, I think she needs a recorder, just goes to to like an actual like instrument. I'll make her a terminal, one that's easy to type on. That way she can go over her notes whenever she wants, dig up those scenes and dialogues she wants, and restore her emotions back to truths in her head and reorganize them. Just like giving a movie its dialogues back. Once she asked me why I wouldn't let her wear shoes in the room, as I explained the safety side of it. I also thought of borrowing a pair of shoes from Amia for her to wear when she leaves the cabin. Amia came over herself. She even brought with her a new pair of shoes, and were not a perfect fit. It's terminal in her EP. Yeah, I gathered. The two kids were fast friends. Amia was very skilled at comforting her. I thought to myself, what a wonderful world. Sorry. That was the moment the patient's life truly began instead of some point in the past. There are still lots of mystery surrounding her, but what does any of that matter? Calcit said she'll put up a poll for the casters and medical lead operators after a while. I'm in engineering, so I'm not voting, but if I had a vote, I would probably vote to let her stay on the island. If what she needs is someone to guide her through her stress, to teach her how to control her arts, then we're the right men for the job. Nice. Yeah, I definitely see them as best friends in like a adoptive sister or like that kind of way. Might be Mechanist who wrote that. Alright, elite operator file. 1 infected, personality. Okay, nothing. Oh, a strong sense of togetherness, proactive. Information pertaining to identity, Columbia. Okay, yeah. Partnership status, disastrous event, Agreement terminated. Infected, protected, experimental subject. Why are these somewhat... These are reading almost like rhymes in the way that they sort of rhyme. Infected, protected. like, is this person rapping out this information? Did Emperor write this? Further disclosure of information forbidden. Information pertaining to infected status, attachment, understanding, protective. Personality, oh nothing, come again. Oh yeah, it's just because the way it looked, I didn't notice it dropped down. I thought that was a new line. So I thought it was just blanked it out. Yeah, I think something's gone. Oh. Oh no, that's darkened in general. I don't know what those two dots mean then. Strategy summary, core of her squad, annihilation focused. Something, possibility, medium. Type B events allowed as carefully supervised. Mobilization authority granted, counter the AMIA. Newly granted, Doctor. So despite our original protest in Chapter 7, we did end up saying yes. Woken Lauter Tank isn't the source of the problem. When it all happened, Loken was likely under a lot of pressure. Otherwise, knowing his personality, he would not have made such a gamble. This is Calcit, isn't it? Oh, this is a lot. It doesn't say, but this is a long amount of text, so it's got to have... It's got to be Calcit. And also this, you know, knowing this person. I'm not trying to defend him, but by trying to dissect his actions, I might also be able to verify a few of my viewpoints. My guess is that he urgently needed some test results that supported his hypothesis. Either to get his hands on some resources to maintain his position, or to preserve his project. Loken implanted this artificial organ in this particular subject only because his research had to do with the infected. If his research was in the bionics, then no matter how many of her organs ended up getting replaced, the subject would not have had even the tiniest traces of oropathy. The subject and her brother were dragged into this mess only because they had a somewhat unique gift in Originium art. Their adoption after their family was destroyed by... their fraudulent guardian, the corrupt orphanage, all played a hand. There it is. Yeah, makes sense. Of course it would be an orphanage that sells them off. I won't rule out the possibility. Maylander's report clearly says that Loken murdered her brother to fulfill his experiment's objectives. The direct cause of the incident was that consciousness that he forcefully extracted from her brother activated her infected organ. Whether this is purely a product of her imagination or is indeed just like what was reflected by the errors in the scans, it's eerie. It's eerie, I know, but her brother might still exist somewhere in her brain. She probably doesn't want to know about this yet. This stems from her subconscious refusal, or perhaps it's the wishes of her brother. Excessive theoretical neuroscience interests me not. Yeah, this is Calcit with the way she talks like that. Such experiment was entirely profit-driven. Well, it is Colombia. Its data was tainted by blood. This kind of data can only be used to back theories that support war and violence. We don't need that. Loken Watermark had been under the table for long. The fact that a laboratory of its size was able to direct such deep, inhumane crimes just goes to show how far down this road of privilege Colombia's scientific research has come. Compared to Ursus and Sargon, Colombia's laws are no doubt more advanced and stringent, but how severe the law is has nothing to do with how many crimes have gone unpunished. It actually is. Oh, how unpunished it actually is. That full stop isn't supposed to be there. Both the ones who enforce the law and those who administer it are only people. A progressive society carries the burden of being even more civilized. That's how that fate befell her. Just simply because they needed her to be an infected, they wanted her to have those powers. Being able to expand her arts, casting by the way of compressing her consciousness. Perhaps it was Volvort Koczynski or Rheinlab. And it's a bit of a stretch, but it could also have been pharmaceutical companies like Parasol or Tower Mountains. Probably all four. But in any case, it doesn't matter who Loken Watergate benefactors were. Whoever they are, there's an even bigger disaster waiting for them sooner or later. So, the vote's result. My guess is there's 2 votes against. Logos agreed as well, didn't he? No, I'm not surprised. You may think he doesn't care about anything other than Casdell affairs, but if that was the case, he wouldn't have agreed to become an elite operator in the first place. It's just like those 2 who vote no. Piff was against it, and I suppose that's only natural. I'll persuade them. Of course, you guys practically forced this one on me. Right, touch. You guys voted yes. You... Where I disappeared. No. There it is. You guys voted yes. You guys should be the ones to persuade them. I'm merely trying to speed things up. My reason for doing this? Oh yeah, I've been changing your name all the time. It's been, what have I had? I've had Water Tank, I've had Woken Laughter Tank, I had Watermark. You know, my reason for doing this? I was giving her a checkup this morning, and she asked me if I remember what her name was. She wants to know what she used to be called. She's slowly trying to face her past, even if it's already ruined her once. Or perhaps she should get a new name. If our cities and our residents are truly more advanced than the bloodthirsty barbarians of ages past, then we must at least prove that our personalities have improved. Preventing science from being used to harm the innocent is also a responsibility of mine. Perhaps it's too early to give her a name. She should come up with her name herself. But we can give her a code name right now. I believe that by becoming an operator, her future, as well as that of the world itself, will become that much brighter. Now all of you agreed. No, now that all of you agreed, I promise I will teach her. She will still become your family, your teammate. She can do it. Oh, In the old mythologies, there exists a miraculous plant that helps those who cannot face their memories to be brave and courageous. From here on out, her current name will be Rosemontis. Hey! Promotional record. Will she ever return to a normal life? Well, what makes a life normal anyway? Is it the letters woven from leaves that... tatters, rather, woven from leaves that the settlers of the wilderness wear? Or is it the fine Lifanian garments woven with arts? I swear, they just do everything with arts. They don't... If you suggest them making something that doesn't use arts, they will gasp and send you out of the country. The sour bean soup that sells for 3 cents a bowl in the Colombian slums. Or the dozens of lavish dishes served at banquets in the country of Victoria. Or county, rather. They do music this way too. Yeah, I remember that part of... there was the event before I joined, before the Gavial event. That was the music one with Ebenholz and all that. I know that they use their arts for that. And I think it was mentioned as well with Candlelight Night. You have no idea how right you are about them doing everything by arts. It's actually something that's brought up in the R6 SFet, where they came across the real world guns. Interesting. Lingering Echoes. Yes, that's the name of the event that happened before I joined. Frostnova also whistled her arts. Oh yeah, that's true. Each and every person born in this world is shaped by the environment they grew up in. You would have to be biased, arrogant, and completely ignorant to believe that there is a certain kind of life that you could call normal. Well, this is basically just Americans on Twitter that cannot grasp the idea of people on the internet coming from a different place and therefore having different societal norms and rules. Anyway, sorry, that was a bit much. You should trust this girl and nothing more than the girl herself. Give her time, wait for her to puff her chest out, her head held high, the decisions she makes and the future she wants to achieve. That's her normal life. That's what you call a normal life. It's that simple. You're her world. However you treat her, that's how she will treat this world. Whitesmith. Not sure who Whitesmith is. I think I might have seen him or not. You mean X? I am never going to call Twitter X. I will never. I just can't. It sounds so stupid. Speaking of Rainbow Six, Ubisoft, get your shit together and let HG continue the event story stuff. Ah, oh, yeah. Arts that would make toilet paper redundant would be great. Well, technically we have that. It's called a bidet. And most of Mediterranean Europe has it. It's like the Sears Tower. It will never truly have another name, no matter how much the current owners want it to. Yeah. Okay, so audio. There was one specific one that people wanted me to... It was something 4, wasn't it? But yeah, Terrans were confused at the idea of real-world guns don't use arts and are so easy to use. Well, that makes sense, because I suppose guns, well, while they call them guns, they're not really guns, they're just advanced wands. Tap, trust tap. Oh, Jesus. That is aggressive. Let's see. I'll try to bear with it and not break your hands. Oh, God. Oh, that's loud.
手を折っちゃわないように我慢するね。
Hang on, let me replay it again because I muted it.
あなたの手を折っちゃわないように我慢するね。
That was loud, and sorry to everyone. There's trust tap. Oh, that was one I read. The tab. Trust talk, not trust tap. Right, thanks. It wasn't this far up, surely. After trust increase? Okay, so there's 3 of them. Alright. First one, okay. So I'm just going to do what I did before. I'll read it out loud and then listen. Doctor, could you tell me what this world means? I asked Blaze about it, and she just kept giggling, and Amiya just kept hitting her. Oh, I love the 2 of them. I love that, like, you've got Blaze, who seems more like an adult. You've got Amiya, who's like the kid's CEO, and it's just like the complete opposite. Like Amiya's like Amiya acts like the adult half the time whenever Blaze is around. Big Sister Blaze, yes, exactly. That's exactly what it's like. Oh, word, not world. Okay, I was gonna say. Right. Word. Okay, I asked about it, yeah, she kept giggling, and... Oh, it means kissing. I know what that is. Can I kiss you on the cheek? Thanks for always taking care of us. Meow. Oh. I'm now... What was the word mean, then? Which word was it? I'm assuming one of the words for kissing, obviously, but I wonder what that word... I wonder which word it was. Because it had to be something that would make Blaze laugh, and I... Anyway, let me see. I'm actually just gonna put it down just a smidgen, just so it doesn't blow out my own ears. Smooch? That could be one, yeah. Maybe kissing in Yanni's. Oh yeah, it could also be another language, I suppose. It's just, it just makes me, it makes me assume that it's a funny word to say because of the fact that it makes Blaze laugh. Unless what Rosmontis doesn't realise is that it made Amiya blush and flustered because she gets awkward about that sort of stuff, and that's what Blaze was giggling at, and that's why Amiya was reacting, but she doesn't realise. That could be one thing, maybe. Or yeah, something with a double meaning. Maybe it's like the word itself. Anyway, let me see.
ドクター、この言葉教えて。ブレイズに聞いたら、なぜかゲラゲラ笑われて、アーミヤに叩き回されてたよ。口づけ、つまりキス。そっか。それなら私にもわかるよ。ドクター、ちょっとかがんで。頬にチューしていい？いつもよくしてくれてありがとう。にゃ。
Yeah. That's adorable. A few of them. Yeah, dead. She's a bean. Yeah. Oh, wait, why is... Oh, God. It's a way that... So you start off with that one, that's the first one. And the last one is the memory loss thing. I would say protect her, but I don't think we could protect. Oh yeah, there is absolutely nothing I could do that she couldn't already do herself. Like it's funny because it's like, on one hand you have Amiya, for example, where whenever she orders people to do something in which she would be on her own to deal with something, they're all like, no, we're coming with you, we're going to do stuff, and Amiya has to literally like fight her own subordinates in order for them to not be around her. Meanwhile, Rosmontis will be like, okay, I'm going to go and do this, and I don't think anyone has really questioned on her on that. Most of the time their concern has been more so about what she will do as opposed to what would happen to her. It's more so like, it's less, oh no, you'll be in danger, and more, will you be able to handle it? It's quite funny. It's like, yeah, no, she can do it. I don't think there is anyone in Rhode Island that is more capable of helping her than she can help herself. At least when it comes to a physical fight, I suppose. Emotional support. Yes. Want to see something weird? Perhaps. Has Blaze the record for collateral damage? Read Ifrit's basic file. Okay. That'll probably be my last one then. Has Blaze the record for collateral damage? I mean, I would imagine either... Well, I don't know if Blaze would have the collateral damage one. I would imagine it would probably be either Osmontis because of all the, you know, building destroying that she does, or Gavial. I can imagine Gavial like doing a lot of collateral damage. Specifically healer Gavial. I'm pretty sure she pats you on the head in the victory line. Oh, what, this? Let me see. Or is it Blaze that's the victory line? Rosmontis, okay, yeah. Deployment, battle. Alright, so these are the victory lines. There comes a day where I can't use these arts again. What will that day be like? I can't imagine. Oh! That was very nice, Doctor. There. Thanks. That does seem like a... Just put it there.
よくできたね、ドクター。よしよし。ありがとう。
Yeah, I can definitely picture that being a head pat. Anyway, let me... That's interesting. I forgot that I went on to see what the skin was. Why? It's weird. Why does that make me think of like a robotic version of Monster? Almost. I suppose because it's sort of like arching its back, or what would be its back, in that same sort of insect way. But yeah, that just made me think of Monster for some reason, but like robot. Haven't seen that before. I wonder what the story behind that skin is. Oh no, that's the E2, isn't it? No, it's not. Yeah, that was the skin. Yeah. Anyway, Ifrit, wasn't it? The skin has an idle animation where she looks at a picture and gets a headache. Oh, okay. I think they said Ifrit. If not, I'm sorry. Did you roll on Vernal Wind's banner? Is Vernal wins the current event? Actually, I can just check that now. What am I on about? If so, I've done the role for today. Yeah, I've done today's role. I've done all of the other roles. I've spent all of my Arundum. I've got Lin. I do not have Chong Yue yet, unfortunately. She was born to set things on fire, and it has become a hobby of hers. Horn and tail length, pretty rare information. Oh, I might actually look up Horn for some of the information in a bit. Just because I couldn't get her, because I kept getting Sayleech. I maxed out Sayleech when I was doing the rolls trying to get Horn or Mudrock. It was so annoying. Oh, okay, I'm going to go... I'm not going to have audio going on while that happens. Anyway, so... Token, a long novel telling a legendary story. It is badly burned, and you can only barely make out the words. Used to improve the potential. Okay. Ifrit, female, no experience, and yet she's an operator that we use relatively often, depending on whether or not we have her. Place of birth unknown. Is that actual unknown, or is that like Aegir unknown? She doesn't look like an Aegir, just wondering, like in general, like one of those where it's secret, quote unquote, but everyone knows where it is anyway because of the story's progression. July 22nd, Sarkaz, 159 centimeter, so quite short. 43. Horn length, tail length. Oh, that's what you meant by horn and tail length. I thought you meant as in this has the same length of information as horn and someone called tail. I don't know why I thought that's what you meant, but I guess... So there's actually a horn and tail length. Okay. Around 25 centimeters and around 50 centimeters. Okay. Infection status. Crystals have appeared on her body. Infection confirmed by medical examination. No idea. Why is this all... Why's that been redone? What's happening here? Okay. It stops there. No, so it stops here and then it continues. Wait, this is different. Well, I can't read what that says. Female, yep. That's also none. Place of birth unknown, yep. July, that's different. First? Question mark? Race, maybe not Sarkaz? Weight's the same. No, a little bit heavier. Horn length, 12 centimeters. Streaming right now, just want to realize it's our 2-month. Oh, yeah, it is. Love you too, Cat. Hope you have a nice stream. I'll be there in a little bit. And then 22 centimeters. Is this older information, maybe? Because that could be physical growth. Maybe she's just shorter horns and shorter tail because she was younger at the time. And this has been scrubbed over with this information. Infection status. Crystals appeared on her body. According to tests, infection is confirmed. And then I can't get any information out of this. It'd be interesting if it's some kind of cipher as well. It could be a text shift, but probably not. And even if it was, a text shift using Unicode is not something I would be able to look into anyway. Codename. Sure. Okay, so it's repeated again. Gend. Yes, my Gend. Place of bear. She'd now be a pirate. Date of Gend, yeah. Just Gend. I'm going to be using that from now on as well. Height, 1G. So, not quite as good as 4G. But it's not as bad as H+ either. More like things again corrupted or expunged. I'd say corrupted. The expunged would just have it deleted or rewritten, but this is destroyed information. See, oh yeah, it could also be scrambled, so it could be deliberately encoded. But the fact that it's... How many times would you need a basic information? This is 3 or 4 times that it's been done. So I think... I have no idea if you responded, but still. Oh. Okay, what was I saying? Oh yeah, the fact that it keeps changing, it's like... I'm very sure he went into the trailers where they went into the Diabolic Crisis. Yes, I think. So, never touch her again. Oh, threatening. I wonder what that's about. The way that it keeps changing, though. Okay, so let's dissect this a little bit. Basic information, this is what they want you to see. No known date, place of birth. In theory, a sarcasm. Then it changes again. Place of birth is still unknown. Date of birth changes. Race has been changed. Well, not necessarily changed, but either it is still sarcasm or maybe it's not. And then it goes again. Place of birth. Still messed up, so it could be anything. Height. And then it goes into complete gibberish, so you can't even tell if there is a thing for place. That's interesting, because it kind of gives me the impression that maybe she's... I don't know why, I get an almost shapeshifter type thing. Like, that's the vibes I get from it. Because it's not just her, it's physical attributes as well. Like, if it was just date of birth, place of birth, race, or something like that. Well, no, not race. If it was just like date of birth and things, then you could say, okay, yeah, they're just changing her information, maybe to hide something or to protect her. But then it's... Have you seen her E2? Not yet. I'll check that in a moment. But then it's the race. It's the physical attributes like horn length and tail length. And while this could be just age, you know, if this was an older record, for example, where her tail would be shorter, her horns may be shorter, then yeah, this could be an older basic file that's been written over. But then it changes more, and I feel like she physically changed as well, which makes me doubt, is she even sarcasm? Or does she just change? Is that the reason why? Was she experimented on? Is that what the never touch her again line refers to? Was she experimented on by Ryan Lab or whatever? The weight is corrupt, is higher, and well, yeah, I didn't think about that one as much because, I mean, it's only 5 kilograms. You can gain or lose that within the time. Like, if this is an older one, you know, you can lose that weight. If it's a newer one, then, well, you can gain that weight by growing. Corrupted gibberish as well. Oh, I think I did see it as well. I think I know what you mean. I need to find it again, though. There it is, 48 kilograms. So the weight is consistent both times. So if this is a newer one, she's either lost some weight or it's fake or there's something. But I do feel like never touch her again. So she was taken by Silence to Rhode Island from Rhine Lab. Was she experimented on or something? Is that where the never touch her again bit comes from? Warning people to not, you know, mess with her or whatever it is about her. I'm going to read a bit more now. Let me see. If it was once treated by Rhine Lab, is that treated actual or treated quotation marks? She is suffering from a serious case of oropathy. Her originium adaptability is very high, and she is known to cause a phenomenon called multiple combustion. We have no records of her activities prior to her arrival at Rhine Lab. Currently, she is receiving treatment at Rhode Island with Silence serving as her guardian. Wait, that fan animation I watched about Rhine Lab, is that this person? Was that the girl in the fan animation? Read the last line of her recruitment contract. Okay, what did it say? Ifrit former... Oh! How did I forget that? Former test subject of Rhine Lab, yeah. Incinerate all of Silence's enemies. Which one? Oh, I can't remember what it was called, but it was basically just the Rhine Labs. I think it got cut out of my VOD in the end because of copyright. Saria? I'm not sure. It was a thing where like it spawned a demon and then someone created like a thing, a concrete monster to fight it. Like that was the animation. Well, I suppose it was kind of a mix of an animation and an animatic. Because it was a part animation, part more so images. That's Saria. Oh, so it's not Ifrit. That was the girl there wasn't Ifrit. Okay. I was just wondering because I feel like the woman was Silence. Or maybe it wasn't. Not lore accurate. Oh yeah, they told me that before. Oh yeah, there's the animation for the Chongwei event. Oh yes, I've already watched it in this stream. So you will have that as well for the VOD. Silence, Ifrit, Saria. Oh, it was. Okay. Oh right, is Saria the one that makes the that monster thing? And person behind the camera, yeah. Okay, interesting. The one that fights Ifrit, yes. Oh, okay, so that's what Saria does. Okay, so let's have a look at this one. Oh yeah, the demon. I like the gun she's got. It's like a... Well, it looks like a gun. It looks like an old Winchester rifle to an extent. With that old stock grip. It's a flamethrower. The flamethrower looks an awful lot like a rifle. Although then again, I suppose there's a Russian flamethrower in World War II that almost looks like an assault rifle in its shape. So I suppose that's not too far off. Okay, so she has no... Oh, she does have a skin. She's got two. Both quite party ones. Is this the same artist that drew oh, what's the name? Wildmane? Because I just noticed the design of the eyes look somewhat similar. Also, is that KFC? Oh, it is KFC. Ah, shame. Those look like vodka bottles. Those look like a lot of vodka bottles. Those look like absolute vodka. Like they literally look like absolute. There's no being around the bush there. That's a lot of vodka bottles. Most of Rhine Lab and Red Pine Operator was done by him. Oh, okay. Also, oh right, yeah, I was thinking also maybe Red or whatever her name was. Not Red, you know, the redhead one I thought might have been as well. But the eyes specifically made me think of Wildmane. Especially mainly because of that mischievous look. It's a beach party skin. Well, that Flametail, thank you. Well, that explains the vodka. Also, just the way she's like, she's not looking at you, but she's looking at you rather while burning, like lighting some food on fire without looking. Zoom in. The magnifying glass. Oh, yeah. Okay, well, that's about... That didn't go as far as I wanted it to. Oh, it can. There we go. She's doing... she's doing the Salt Bay sprinkle. She's doing the Salt Bay sprinkle. While absolutely torching something. I suppose if you really want that char-grilled flavour. Oh, that's great. You should absolutely zoom into Amiya Guard. Ooh. Ooh. Maybe not. Sanity gone. Yep. That sounds about right. That's... Okay. Okay, game. Okay. They really just went... Pretty good website. Yeah, well, I've used this website before already with my Salviento video. All of the images and the operator sprites and all that, they came from this website. They came from the extra stuff. Click the SG. Oh god. Okay, it doesn't show... Ah! Due to multi-hit on both of her skills, she benefits disproportionately from any buffs that would increase her output. She is a source of both arts and true damage, and a great target for offensive buffs. Ah. Interesting. I don't have her, but that's an interesting thing. It's a shame this doesn't come with the image, though. That's unfortunate. No, I can't click on anything. Oh well. Yeah, no zooming in on that one, I'm afraid. Although I will say, that kind of looks like a shape of a thing. that for a moment I saw that, it looks like a bird type dragon thing. I don't think it's supposed to be, unless it is, but yeah. Let me check something real quick. Let me just oop. I just want to go through some things because I did get some people recently, but I didn't really check on them properly. You can zoom in on your game. Oh, that's a good shout. Now, how? Left. Magnifying glass. You had it. Oh, there it is. The chat is the chat window is covering it slightly. Okay. I don't see an option to zoom in any further. You probably could on the phone by pinching your fingers, but I can't here because scroll moves it. But let me see then. So you got the dragon. The shoulder guard that she has. Control scroll. Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you. The shoulder guard she has, or the pauldron, looks almost like a knight's helmet in a way. Like you can see a you know, Bloodsport knight wearing that kind of helmet. It's got all that. I like that it sort of wraps around you. I wonder where it comes from. A part of me thinks that it is Originium itself. Either that or she's just somehow manifested nothing from thin air, which I suppose is equally possible. I know she's sort of doing a lean. Like, she's kind of like leaning a bit. Is there... I do feel like... I know it's supposed to be the Chi Zhao, but I feel like the Chi Zhao that... She's JoJo posting, yeah. I feel like the Chi Zhao that Chen has isn't as thick towards the hilt. But maybe I'm just thinking differently. Wait, is that a scabbard? Oh, it could be the sword in its scabbard. Or is that something else? It copied the shape only. That would be interesting, actually. So she's seen the Chi Zhao. No, below her. Oh. This? Yeah, those are both pillars. 3 pillars. Based on the Enfield trailer, I'm thinking it's an even older sword merged with Chi Zhao's design. Could be. According to files, it's the sword of a previous Lord of Fiends. Oh yeah, I saw that bit. I read that in one of the things. So that might be why then. So it's a bit of a thicker profile, but then still made to be somewhat imitating Chi Zhao because she's seen it. Column, I believe. Yes. Yes, because I made the Gollum joke. And I'm guessing the dragon is a reference to Chi Zhao as well, because isn't it referred to as a dragon killer? Or something along those lines. To be honest, I'm more wondering what the significance of the actual arm piece is. Because at first I thought it was just a singular piece, but you can actually see her uniform under it. You can see her jacket arm getting exposed to the red lighting of whatever this is, which is another thing. It's glowing. It's actually emitting light. So she's got 3 separate pieces. She's got a gauntlet, a bracer, I think is what the forearm armored piece is, and then a pauldron. Although the pauldron's a lot lower down than... It should be a bit further up on her shoulder, but it's very clearly a pauldron. You see the shape of it. It looks like it should go over a shoulder piece. She also... Okay, so column's armor. Then the sword is a mix of ceruleum and black, Amia, red, Shishao. Right, okay. She also seemed to link to Chen when touching Shijiao's scabbard. Yeah. Interesting. Okay, there was something I wanted to look into, but I seem to have forgotten now. Oh well. Yeah, okay, no, I don't... Nothing springs to mind. I'll probably think about it later. Ptolis module? I don't think I am able to. I could have swore she was a medic. Maybe she's a caster. Do I even have her? You were trying to look at Spectre. Was that? You don't have her. Okay, no. I was gonna say I thought she was a medic, so when I didn't see her, I was like, yeah. Oh, hey, you got Warfarin? Yeah, I've got quite a few that I haven't quite built up yet. Oh yeah, there's Spectre. Undisclosed. Wait. Let me guess, she threatened to kill you if you tried to weigh her. How's your Lavinia? Give me a moment. No outward symptoms of Reginium, but infection was confirmed by medical examination. More clinical research is required to fully diagnose. Yeah. Okay, and I've only got one piece because I haven't used her much. True identity unknown, records missing, demonstrated extraordinary ability in combating large creatures and destroying sturdy targets. Well, it's quite easy when you got a pizza cutter. Now stationed as a guard. Okay. Lavinia. I haven't actually done much with her since. Well, I suppose I've kind of gotten her all the way up to what I needed anyway, but... What's her trust at? 39% only, blimey. Oh, hey, you E2'd her? Yeah, I did right at the very beginning. I think I E2'd her before I finished the event. I'm fairly certain she was already E3 when it came up to the end, towards the end. Did I was I was questioning in my mind if I said E3. I was like, there was just like this voice in your head that said, "Did you just say E3?" I'm like, I don't think so. What does blimey mean? I always hear people say it. It's just sort of like an exclamation, really. Like that's kind of all I can really say. It's like, You know, like, wow, oh, like, you know, it's not really, I don't know if it has a meaning as a word, but it's basically just like, you know, oof. Yeah, that's kind of what it is. It's just something you say. You can give her an electronics convention. Oh, you gave her an electronics convention. Blimey, definition. Yeah, it's just a term used to express surprise or shock. Okay, but I think I'm going to leave this here. It's already been a much longer stream than I actually intended, but but I think we can safely say that this is a good place to leave it. But yeah, so thank you guys for sticking around. It's actually been quite an interesting thing. I'm glad that we've been able to get through the entirety of Chapter 8 now. We've done all of the things. We've done all the things for it. I think my next stream is tomorrow. Let me just see what it is. What day is it? Today is, well, it's Thursday soon. It's Thursday now. So yeah, so today's the stream coming up will be, oh no, that's the next Arknights stream will be Walking in the Dust. I'll watch Vigilo on my own, but my next stream will be tomorrow. I'm doing a collab stream with Kat. I'm not entirely sure what we'll be playing yet. And then Friday I'll be continuing Library of Ruina. And then Honkai on Sunday. Try challenge mode to do the boss fight? No. At least not yet. And at the very least, I probably won't even do it on stream. I'll probably do it on my own as like a personal challenge. But yeah, so that's generally the plan. Until then, though, thank you guys so much for hanging around. And I will see you all next time. Bye-bye.